waves crashing on the shore. On the sand, a mysterious boy approaches our heroine, asking if she's really the legendary Alice. She's instantly on guard, wondering what his game is, but then he bows. He introduces himself as Merlin Lucifer, the first archdemon and sovereign of the House of Pride. Alice freezes. Her heart drops. Is he here to deliver her death sentence right now? Back when she was 17, she was chosen as the 253rd heroine to undergo the sacred trials. Clad in silver plate with her holy blade gripped tight, she was determined to end the demon threat forever. Since she was a child, she'd trained under the legendary sword Saint in the Frozen Mountains, mastering both the mystic arts and the way of the blade. Her entire life was a build-up to slaying the King of Darkness. But talk about a plot twist, she ended up getting captured by the Demon King himself. Now, facing him on the beach, she grips her sword's hilt until her knuckles turn white. It's time to go all out. She tells herself she has to become one with her blade. Total focus. If she wants to survive and eliminate her enemies, she can't hold anything back. Then she triggers it, the Frozen Void skill. This is her trump card. In an instant, her sword's blade transforms into a massive, shimmering pillar of fortified, enchanted ice. She lunges at the Demon King with a frost-charged magic boost. But as she gets close, things get weird. She realizes something is horribly wrong. With nothing but a single, cold stare, Merlin completely neutralizes her entire attack. He doesn't even move. He just stands there with a smug, mocking smile on his face. The king steps into her personal space, calling her a lovely young lady. He reaches out, lifting his hand to her face, and whispers that from now on, her body belongs to him. Alice is absolutely mortified. Cut to the Obsidian Citadel. In the grand hall of the first palace, Merlin is lounging on his throne. Suddenly, someone approaches, a girl with bright pink hair. This is Lilith, his sister. She calls out to him, noticing how handsome he looks today, and she actually looks a bit flustered herself. She creeps closer with a suspicious, playful look in her eyes. She gets so close it looks like she's about to steal a kiss. She thinks to herself that it's rare to see her brother sleeping like this, and she really should take advantage of the moment. But the vibe is ruined. Outside the castle, soldiers start screaming at the top of their lungs. Glory to the goddess of light, the church's invincible army is here. Lilith is beyond irritated. How dare the church choose this exact moment to invade? She decides to pretend she didn't hear them so she can finish what she started with Merlin. But Merlin is already awake. He reaches up and presses a finger against her lips, cutting her off. He asks Lilith exactly what she thinks she's doing, and she completely fumbles her explanation. She tries to playfully bite his finger, but he's way too fast. He comments that the annoying church group has finally arrived to spoil the fun. A nervous Lilith grumbles that if she'd had just one more minute, she would have stolen those lips. Merlin just gives her a confident smirk. Seraphina couldn't believe the nerve of the Holy Order, attacking at a time like this. She figured she'd just play dumb and use the chaos to her advantage. But get this, Lord Alaric was already wide awake. He pressed a finger to her lips, catching her red-handed, and asked what exactly she was up to. Flustered, she tried to talk her way out of it before lunging to bite his finger, but our boy was way too fast for her. Alaric just sighed, noting those annoying zealots from the order had finally arrived. A nervous Seraphina muttered that she was seconds away from stealing a kiss. He didn't say a word, just smirked. In one smooth motion, he grabbed her waist and pulled her right onto his lap. With that signature arrogant look, he told her straight up, no one in this world catches him off guard. She didn't care, she just hugged him, soaking in the moment. Outside, the knights were screaming for blood. Seraphina snatched a blade from her shadow portal, ready to wipe those pests off the map. Alaric just told her to relax, no need to get worked up over a few insects. Since it was the final day of his reign, he decided he'd handle these uninvited guests himself. As they stepped out to face the Grand Army, he gave her one simple command: stay close to him. The fields were pure chaos, humans and void beasts clashing everywhere. Alaric watched, actually looking a little impressed as things started heating up. Seraphina, she was just disappointed. She wished the only thing heating up was the tension between her and her king. That's when Alaric spotted her, a silver-haired girl tearing through a pack of goblins. The new chosen knight of this generation, apparently. She was fighting with everything she had, but Alaric wasn't convinced. To him, she looked completely fragile. Then bam, she sliced a goblin clean in two. The crowd went wild, screaming that the heroine's strength was absolutely god-tier. Her comrades were over the moon, bragging about how lucky they were to be fighting alongside a legend like Lady Alice. Suddenly, the ground shook as a massive great desert serpent erupted from the sand. Alice's allies, completely terrified, screaming like kids. But Alice didn't blink. She launched a massive ice slab attack, charging the beast with zero fear in her eyes. One strike, fatal. The giant fell, leaving her two cowardly teammates shivering on the ground in pure awe. She just stood there, smiling, reminding them never to drop their guard in the heat of battle. They could only wonder how one person could be so perfect. Alice raised her sword high, the steel catching the light as she prepared to make her grand declaration. She vowed to strike down the dread King Alaric, sending the crowd into a frenzy as the army approached the dark castle. But one man was clearly annoyed. He grumbled that the useless trash in the vanguard was just getting in the heroine's way, right as one of his subordinates leaned in to ask him a question. Duke Sterling scoffs. To him, those commoners are just fodder. He doesn't care if the Holy Order's elite knights get wiped out in the crossfire. His plan is cold and simple. Secure total victory once the battlefield is nothing but a silent pile of corpses. At that moment, his squire is sweating, wondering if Lady Alice can actually take down the Shadow King. The Duke just laughs. It doesn't matter if Lord Alaric ends her. He's still got a secret weapon hidden in the clouds. Sensing a shift in the air, Alice looks back. Something feels very, very wrong. Seeing the vanguard knights surrounded by beasts, Lady Alice feels her heart hammer against her ribs. She prepares to strike, but then she looks up. Something is coming. The bishop screams in triumph, calling it their secret weapon. The weapon the church has sought for 100 years. Pure, unimaginable power. He claims the wisdom of 1,000 scholars. Created the most beautiful and terrifying engine of war. Across the realm, the sight is so imposing that warriors simply stop. Stuttering in shock, the heroine wonders what kind of nightmare she's witnessing. It's monstrous. The man laughs. This is the Iron Valkyrie. He declares that everyone will soon taste the power of their greatest masterpiece. Suddenly, the creature unhinges its jaw as if to breathe fire. It's charging an attack. A beam of light tears through the sky. Alice screams, "Has he gone mad?" The vanguard knights are right in the path. They're going to be vaporized. She's too far away. She won't reach them in time. The Shadow King, Alistair, simply scoffs. "How hideous," he mutters. Below, men and monsters alike squeeze their eyes shut. As a blinding energy flash triggers a massive explosion. Boom, the power is absolute. "Behold," the bishop bellows. "In the name of the goddess of light, I sentence you to death." The dust clears. Alice is barely standing, gasping for air. She looks through the haze and sees them. A boy and a demoness, standing tall. Around them, the survivors are scattered like broken dolls across the dirt. One soldier crawls out, shaking in disbelief. He's alive, but Alistair just smiles with pure, chilling confidence. "You're alive because I allow it," he states. "Only I decide who lives and who dies here." Alice feels a chill. She finally realizes who he is. The Shadow King Alistair, the one who demands the weak kneel. The bishop is losing it. "Impossible," he shrieks. "How could a boy block an attack stronger than a holy relic?" His guards are trembling. "We can't win," they whisper. They want to run. Alistair is far more terrifying than the myths. Enraged, the bishop orders them to stay. He insists this weapon is the strongest in the entire kingdom. Even if he blocked the beam, he won't survive a direct physical blow. "Do it," he commands. "Crush him, grind him to dust." Alistair just mocks the old man's desperation. "Pathetic," he says. "But I'll give you credit for trying so hard to explain your toy." He just waits for the impact. The Valkyrie lunges. Alistar's hand hits his hilt. "Time to use my steel," he says in a flash. He draws, one strike, clean through. The massive beast is sliced in half. Lady Lilith watches, completely smitten, while Alice stares in pure, paralyzed terror. This titan was defeated with a single, effortless blow. The boy actually starts to smile. He's mocking them all. Even the beasts can't believe the power they're seeing. The bishop is spiraling into madness. His giant whale-like creature was shredded in mere seconds. With a flourish, the boy sheathes his blade. Lady Lilith squeals. Alistair is as handsome as he is deadly. Alice is speechless. The church guards are in total disbelief. Their world just shattered. "Look at you," Alistair sneers. "The cowards of the church." He declares that as the king, he'll grant them an end. A glorious death. The bishop panics, screaming at the heroine that she's the only one who can save them. "Do something, or we all die." Alice knows he's right. This is her duty as the heroine. She has to defeat the Shadow King. No matter the cost, it's what she was born for. She grips her sword, tightens her stance, and charges. "Duel me," she cries, challenging the monster. She tries to strike from behind, but Alistair's eyes snap open. A wave of raw energy erupts from him, forcing her back. He drops into a low stance and begins to draw his blade once more. He pulls the steel, but swings in another direction. Alice realizes with a shock that he's completely ignoring her. The impact throws her backward, while every monster in front of him is wiped out in a single stroke. A massive explosion levels everything. All that's left of the bishop is his hat flying through the air. After this insane display of power, our hero looks over to see Alice collapsed on the ground. And that's it. The final battle of the Shadow King Alistair ends, and his journey as an unemployed hero begins. This is Alistair, the king summoned from another world by the ancient altar, born with godlike power. He became the third Shadow King after taking the first palace, the legendary monarch of pride. But then, everything changed. Alistair was born with a curse, a letter A hypertrophic apathy, a condition that besides extending his. Alistair's life is a ticking clock, and every second is pure agony, a searing heart pain that never stops. But hey, every curse has a cure. For Alistair, that cure is Soulbane, a cursed blade that hungers for life. Whenever he slays a powerful foe, the sword drinks their essence. It literally adds time to his life, dulling the curse's bite, at least for a while. The stronger the enemy, the better the fix. This leads him to one conclusion. He needs to hunt down the strongest warrior in existence to finally be free. Fast forward to the present. He's just crushed a massive, white beast. Today marks his final day as the Dark Overlord. He's convinced that once he topples the world's ultimate champion, this nightmare curse will finally shatter for good. The monster falls. "It's finally over," he mutters. "The Dark Throne and this fortress, they don't need him anymore. Time to start a real adventure." But before the journey begins, there's one last farewell. His sister, Isabella, calls out to him with a forced smile. "Why the long face, Bella?" he asks, gently touching her cheek. He reminds her he's stepping down, he's no longer the High Lord. Once he walks out those gates, she's on her own. Isabella starts to tremble, tears welling up as reality hits like a truck. She breaks down, begging him not to go. He's been her rock, her constant, since the very day she was born. He ruffles her hair. "You've always loved being the pampered princess, haven't you? But she's a woman grown now." He clutches his chest, his voice turning serious. If he stays here, the curse will rip the life right out of him. "Do you really want to watch your brother die?" he asks. She throws her arms around him, sobbing that she'd never want that. But being alone, that's just as terrifying. Then she says something absolutely insane. She offers her own life force. "Use me," she whispers. "Take my years to keep yourself alive." Alistair's eyes go wide. He gives her a sharp flick to the forehead. "Idiot," he snaps. He'd never dream of sacrificing his own flesh and blood. She doesn't care about the cost. Even if he became a useless, broken layabout, she'd spend her life taking care of him. A useless layabout. The thought actually makes him chuckle. He tells her he loves her, but this is the only way. If he doesn't leave now, the curse wins. But he makes a solemn vow. The moment he's cured, he's coming back for good. "Trust me," he says. When he returns, not even the Reaper himself will be able to tear them apart. Isabella finally relents, whispering her love back. She knows she can't keep acting like a spoiled child if he's fighting for his life. But before he steps out, she has one last piece of advice, and it's a weird one. 𝒕𝒅 looks confused. She warns him about the clever women out there in the human kingdoms. "Don't let them charm you," she says with a dark, mischievous glint in her eye. She vows to hunt down anyone who touches him, skinning them alive and tearing out their hair. 𝒕𝒅 just stares. Is my sister actually a complete psycho? He wonders. Terrified, he says his goodbyes and makes a quick exit before things get weirder. He walks until he finds Alina. She's out cold, looking surprisingly peaceful for someone who just lost a battle. He's genuinely shocked. Most people don't just take a nap after getting knocked out. Well, he's taking her with him. Isabella watches from the shadows, her aura turning pitch black. "Why is he taking that? Woman," she hisses. "It's not what you think," 𝒕𝒅 calls back. To him, she's nothing more than a servant, a tool he needs. He's a stranger to the human world, and needs a guide who knows the terrain of the human kingdoms. Sure, she's way too weak to be a true paladin, but her grit is impressive. She'll be useful. Alina groans, insisting she is a champion of the light and that he should have just finished the job. 𝒕𝒅 ignores the sass. Once the sun sets, his reign as the Dark Lord is officially over. "Until we meet again," he says to the castle. Alina's heart feels heavy. As they leave, he drops one more line. "Relax, I'd never fall for a so-called champion." And just like that, the former overlord vanishes into the night with the paladin in his arms. Isabella watches, her heart aching. Back at the fortress, Isabella shakes off the gloom. Now isn't the time for tears, not when there's a promise to keep. She starts to blush, her mind racing. Wait, was that a confession? She wonders, her face turning beet red. Why did he say those things before leaving? Now, she can't wait for the day they reunite. Her fists clench with newfound determination. She won't let him down. She'll train until she's the perfect bride for his return. Meanwhile, our boy is trekking through the woods with the girl slung over his shoulder. Talk about an awkward duo. An unemployed Dark Lord and a kidnapped paladin. What could possibly go wrong? Alina hangs there, dazed, wondering how her life went so sideways since leaving the mountains. She was so sure she'd be the one to save the world. Then she remembers exactly what he did to her. Staring at that titan, Alice finally gets it. They aren't even in the same league. Her mentor's warnings about her slacking in her training, they're hitting home now. He was right. She'd been coasting, and this moment is a harsh wake-up call for her neglected discipline. Meanwhile, the boy, Merlin, spots something ahead. A wreckage. Seeing the splintered wood, he wonders if these ships were destroyed by a high-ranking knight. He gently places Alice by a tree to rest. As she sits there, he knows he has to find a new way to secure a vessel for their journey. Determined to keep the adventure moving, he starts scouting the shoreline. Alice, still out cold, leaning against the bark. But she's not alone. Something's lurking. A foul beast creeps up, and a drop of its hot saliva lands right on Alice's face. Gross. She starts to stir. Then eyes open. Giant monster, right there. She's up in a flash, blade ready for the fight of her life. She locks eyes with the creature, a dire wolf, and it looks hungry. Terrified, she realizes just how close those jaws are. This is it, the end, or is it? Out of nowhere, someone moves. A heavy strike hits the beast dead center. It's him, the Shadow Lord himself. He's literally holding the monster's snout shut with his bare hands. Confidence level, maxed out. He orders the beast to lie down, and it obeys instantly. No resistance at all. Merlin looks at the wolf and makes it clear. This human girl is mine. You aren't allowed to eat her. Hearing that, Alice's heart does a weird little flip, part fear, part something else. The wolf, suddenly it's as docile as a house pet. Our heroine is internally screaming, saved by this guy. Again. Her pulse is absolutely racing, and it's not just from the adrenaline. And check this out, Merlin is actually petting the thing. "Good boy," he says, acting like it didn't just try to kill her. Alice watches that radiant smile and thinks, he doesn't look like a villain at all. But she snaps herself out of it. He's the Demon King. Even if he saved her life, she's convinced he has a dark motive. The wolf scampers off and the boy waves goodbye. But then, his whole vibe changes. He turns to the heroine. "Your name's Alice, right?" She's already got her hand on her hilt. Suspicious? Oh, absolutely. She demands to know what a monster like him wants with her. Merlin just tilts his head. "What do you think I'd want with you, Alice?" Her mind goes straight to the worst-case scenario. She thinks he's fallen for her looks and wants to corrupt her. Charging her ice blade, she decides she won't let that happen. She lunges, a desperate strike aimed right for his chest as he's still talking. The ice blade closes in. And then, nothing. The impact energy just vanishes. With just 2 fingers, he catches the blade like it's nothing. Alice is floored, pure shock. Merlin steps in close, hand hovering near her face. "You're adorable," he whispers. Then he drops the bombshell. "From this moment on, you belong to me." Looking at Alice's face, it seems she's actually enjoying the intensity. She almost leans in. But she snaps back and slaps Merlin's hand away. "Not today, Shadow Lord." She shouts that he can't humiliate a knight of her standing. As the Lady Alice, she refuses to bow her head to a magnificent being. Wait, did she just call him magnificent? Anyway, she won't submit. He stares for a second, then bursts out laughing. "Oh, Alice, you think this is a negotiation?" His expression goes cold, real cold. "Time for a reality check. I'm not asking, I'm your captor." He corners her against the tree, trapped. "So cute," he mocks. He makes it clear she's his prisoner now and she better start understanding that. Then he has the nerve to claim he's actually a very kind person. Yeah, right. Alice is a stuttering mess at this point. "Submit to you," she stammers, face bright red. She's terrified of what he's going to demand next. He gives her a devilish grin. "Want a preview?" He warns her that right now, he's going to take her and do all sorts of irrational, inhuman things. Alice is in total shock. Her mind goes to the dark legends she's heard about the demon realm. Stories about monsters using human women too. Well, to create more little demonic offspring. You know the trope. She panics. She hasn't even had her first proper encounter yet, and now she's going to be the breeding vessel for a demon king. Merlin grabs her hand, telling her she has to come with him. She slaps him away again, calling him a pervert obsessed with carnal desires. The blonde knight is fuming. Merlin, he's just annoyed now. He calls her disobedient and decides he's done playing nice. He scoops her up in his arms like it's nothing. "Don't blame me for being a bit rough," he warns. Alice is kicking and screaming, calling him a pervert, but he just sets her down in the boat. Now she's trapped, face burning with embarrassment. Merlin just stands there with that showman's grin. "And so we begin," he announces. She's screaming for him to stay back. Kidnapper, pervert, bastard shadow lord. Every time he takes a step, she threatens to jump into the sea. They're both on the skiff now, tension at an all-time high. Alice stands up, ready to go down swinging. That mocking smile of his, it's driving her insane. She swears she'll kill him if he comes any closer. There are 2 wooden oars lying right by her feet. Merlin spots them first. With a flick of his boot, he steps on one oar, sending the handle flying upward. Thwack! It hits Alice right in the forehead. The shock makes her drop her sword. She's unarmed, dazed, and that one little trick. It hurt way more than she expected. Merlin looks at her, genuinely puzzled. He can't help but wonder how an airheaded girl like her ever became a legendary heroine. Alice is practically in tears, snapping at him that if he's so desperate to start, he should just do it without being such a violent brute. She huffs and tells him to quit the act. She's seen every type of woman out there, and there is no way his tough guy routine is going to work on her. Flushed with embarrassment, she insists that this is perfectly normal for a girl her age, but Benny isn't buying it. He quips that if she's going to use padding to enhance her chest, she should at least pick something that feels soft, but she just laughs it off, calling it her Davenport plate. Merlin loses it, laughing uncontrollably as he realizes her divine armor is literally just fluff. He bets the knights of old are rolling in their graves right now. Annoyed, Alice demands to know why he kidnapped her, since this clearly wasn't part of the plan, but Merlin just raises a finger to silence her. He points toward the horizon, asking if she sees the oars, then coldly explains they're about to sail across the treacherous North Sea Strait. She's absolutely stunned. "We're crossing open water to invade British territory," she stammers, looking at him like he's lost his mind. She tells him he's being an idiot and that it's physically impossible. Even the church's massive galleons need 70 men just to reach the Bristol docks. You'd need an entire day and high-tier elemental magic just to survive the crossing, she argues, and that's not even the biggest problem. The strait is crawling with prehistoric sea monsters that are basically gods once you're in their territory, utterly invincible. "There's no way to row in shifts," she yells, "and if they run into those things, they're nothing more than shark bait." Merlin just chuckles at her panic. He looks at the young heroine and tells her she's fundamentally misunderstood the situation. "Who said anything about rowing in shifts?" he asks with a smirk. He reminds her that he promised to be ruthless and borderline inhuman. She's the crew, only her. Alice will be the one rowing this entire boat to the mainland while he sits back and enjoys the ocean view. The poor girl just stands there, her brain completely short-circuiting as she tries to process the sheer audacity of his plan. Fast forward 3 days. Alice is still rowing for her life while Merlin stands at the bow, looking like he's on a casual vacation. She's drenched and exhausted, noting how weird it is that they've been sailing for 72 hours without a single monster attack. Usually, the ocean is a death trap, and anyone who isn't strong enough to defend themselves ends up at the bottom of the sea. Merlin crosses his arms, looking out at the dark water. He explains that there's actually a massive predator following them right now. Because that giant is trailing their boat, every other sea creature is too terrified to even come near them. He warns her to keep rowing and stay focused. If she falls overboard, she's on her own, because he's not jumping in after her. Alice mentions a rumor she heard, that he once ripped a legendary sea demon in half with nothing but his bare hands. He just smiles. "That thing, it was just a stray beast that wandered too close to the coast. It looked like it wanted to die, so I just granted its wish." Suddenly, something massive breaks the surface near the bow. A colossal waveform erupts, leaving Alice paralyzed with fear. Merlin doesn't even flinch. He notes that whatever is coming this time is way bigger than that delicacy he fought before. This monster is an absolute unit. Merlin moves fast, striking the edge of the boat to flip it perfectly through the swell and keep them upright. Alice lands hard on the floor of the boat, and the protagonist quickly hauls her back to a safe spot as they both look up. A giant plesiosaur looms over them, radiating pure, terrifying power. This is the same beast that sank the British frontier fleet. It's a monster that slaughtered entire squads of holy class mages, a creature that is, by all accounts, unbeatable. Frightened, she looks toward Lord Lucian and whispers, "What do we do now?" But the girl goes silent as she watches the nightmare unfold. The beast looks like a mutated, giant electric eel, and Alice is completely speechless, clutching her head in pure despair. "We're dead," she mutters. Even Lucian looks a little concerned as the silence hangs heavy over the water. Then Merlin breaks the tension. He points at the monster and says, "Man, you are seriously ugly," which actually seems to shock the beast. He starts laughing, mocking it for having such a tiny, empty head on such a massive neck. Alice can't believe he's cracking jokes right now. How can he talk nonsense when they're seconds away from being eaten? The monster, however, has heard enough. Infuriated by the insults, the creature's aura shifts as it winds up its massive tail for a killing blow. It slams into the ocean with the force of a falling mountain, sending violent shockwaves that nearly capsize their tiny vessel. Alice screams, asking how they're supposed to fight something that literally has the power of a natural disaster. The monster roars, its power exploding outward, but Merlin just grips the hilt of his sword as cool as ever. He tells the beast that since it's chosen him as its prey, it only has itself to blame for what happens next. While Alice is shaking in pure terror, Merlin stands his ground with total confidence as the giant eel thing charges them head-on. The hero begins to draw his blade, making one simple, effortless slash through the empty air. That one tiny movement starts to lift the entire ocean. Alice is stunned, and even the monster realizes it just made a fatal mistake. Shockwaves ripple through the water as our boy Alaric swings his blade, striking a pose that screams hero before sliding the steel home. He saunters over to Alara, casually dropping a too easy, while she just stands there, brain completely fried. To snap her out of it, he gives her cheek a good pinch, telling her to quit daydreaming and start rowing because they've got places to be. But she's pointing up terrified, the monster still roaring, or so she thinks. Suddenly, deep gashes erupt across its massive hide, and in seconds, the beast is nothing but sushi. Alaric just smirks. Anything else? Keep lingering and the sharks will turn you into a snack. Alara gets to rowing, realizing this guy isn't just a monster on land. He's an absolute god at sea. She's trembling, wondering what happens when a guy this dangerous hits the mainland. She stammers out his old title, the Archduke of the Shadow Spire, asking why he ever left his throne. He shuts that down fast. Don't call me that. I'm not the Dark Lord anymore. He flashes a grin. Call me Captain Alaric. She doesn't laugh, not even a chuckle. Our boy's heart sinks a bit at the lack of hype. He laughs it off, claiming he was just too invincible and got bored, so he left to cause chaos elsewhere. Of course, he's not telling her he actually got fired by the High Council. Alara asks if he's some legendary sanctified rank warrior, but he honestly has no clue. His power doesn't fit into their little boxes. She assumes he must have pushed past every human limit, quoting that old line about genius being 99% hard work. Alaric just sighs. You actually believe that? That's just a lie told to keep talentless people like you working for nothing. He's brutal. Talent is everything. Don't waste your life on effort that leads nowhere. Alara, clearly hurt, asks if she'll ever surpass him. He draws his blade, explaining that in the Shadow Realm, only he can wield this cursed magic sword. It's a gift, pure, unadulterated talent that no amount of training can match. She goes quiet, then asks for the real story of how he got this strong. Alaric goes blank for a second, then starts spinning a tale. Born in a grim fortress, his mother was the Duchess of Pride, killed during the 197th Great Crusade. Left with nothing but his sister, he had to survive the law of the jungle. He swore to become the strongest, hunting ancient giants in the frozen peaks and battling bull-headed sorcerers in the deep woods. He fought to the death against fire beasts in the lava, swinging his sword until the metal rusted, and he was on the brink of death. He killed the tyrants, saved his sister, and took the throne as the new High Lord. The chronicles of a prince seeking vengeance. Alara is moved. You really did work hard, she says. Alaric just scoffs. Nah, I just dream of doing nothing. Why would I work hard? I was born this strong. She's fuming now. Then why the tragic story? He just smiles. He didn't lie about the past, but now he has so much power he's basically become a lazy bum. Alara is completely lost. He calls her a flat-chested, useless heroine and tells her to keep rowing. But deep down, he's glad he left the palace. The dark curse on his heart is finally easing up. He wonders if it's just an illusion, or if he actually feels calmer whenever he's near this stupid girl. The next morning, their boat finally hits the sands of a new coast. Alaric looks around, surveying the horizon. Is this the kingdom of Albion? He asks, turning to his silent companion to see where they've landed. Flashback time. Alaric's mother was Queen Morgana, the second sovereign of sins. After the Order killed her in the 197th Crusade, he and his sister were left with nothing. In the brutal marches, they only had each other to rely on to stay alive. Being weak in the demon lands meant living by the law of the jungle. Right then, he swore to become the strongest man alive. He had to protect his sister from everything. He butchered the Frost Titan in the snowy mountains and executed the Minotaur Mage in the deep woods. He even fought the flame lured to the death inside a volcano. Every single day, he swung his sword past human limits until the steel literally turned to rust. He stood at the brink of death a dozen times, but he never stopped. Eventually, he cut down the tyrant ruling over them with his own hands and seized the throne. He was invincible. Back in the present, he calls it the Chronicles of the Vengeful Prince. Alice is actually impressed by his grind, but he just dismisses the whole thing. He claims he only dreams of being a lazy nobody. Why work hard when you were born this strong? Now Alice is fuming. Was that whole tragic backstory just him messing with her? He smiles. He wasn't lying. The tragedy was real. But he's just so overpowered now he doesn't know what to do with himself. He's become a useless slacker who just happens to be the most powerful person in the world. Alice is completely lost, but Alaric just remarks that the place is filthy. He tells her she'll understand eventually and orders her to get back to rowing, calling her a flat-chested, useless maiden. Looking at their small boat, he realizes leaving the imperial palace was the right move. The dark curse on his heart has finally eased up. He can keep this up for a while, but he's starting to wonder. Is it just an illusion, or does his heart actually feel calmer when he's near this stupid girl? The next morning, they finally hit the shores of Albion. Surveying the coast, he asks Alice where they are. They've finally reached the shores of Britain, but Merlin scans the horizon from the boat and realizes something's wrong. Not a single village in sight, just empty coast. Right then, the heroine starts to stir. She is completely and utterly seasick. She stumbles out of the boat, and Merlin, he just looks at her and asks if she's an absolute idiot. Alice stumbles onto the sand, looking like a total mess. Merlin just mocks her, calling her a fool and reminding her that she really did row them the entire journey. She thinks he's nothing but an ungrateful, disgusting creep. In her head, she's already plotting. Once she masters her teacher's secret ice arts, she'll become an elite knight and make him pay. But then the boy approaches her. He calls her Miss Alice, but his voice is cold. He tells her she needs to seriously reconsider her attitude and her current position. He drops the truth bomb. She's a slave now. He looks her dead in the eye and asks who she thinks she is, acting out like she has any power here. His hand moves closer, and Alice flinches. She's terrified, wondering if he's about to do something twisted to her, but instead, he just reaches out. And then, he just starts pinching her cheeks. Alice is completely baffled, questioning what on earth he's doing, but he just ignores her and keeps pulling at her face. Deeply irritated and red with embarrassment, she tells him to knock it off. She explains that this really is Britain, not a main port, but a hidden spot near the northern coast. Seeing her reaction, the boy is actually impressed. He adjusts his coat with a smirk, commenting that she actually did a decent job rowing the boat after all. He says he might even have to commend her for it. But Alice, she's down on her knees, snapping back that she doesn't want a single word of his praise. Merlin just laughs it off. He tells her he'll see her around and admits that sailing with her was truly an incredible, one-of-a-kind experience. As she watches him walk away, she's fuming. She thinks to herself that one day, she's going to personally take the head of that arrogant, foolish Dark Lord. She continues on her way, focused on her own goals. However, Merlin stops in his tracks. He realizes a major problem. He doesn't have a single coin on him. He figures he's going to need some serious cash to survive in a kingdom full of humans. That's when he turns his head back, and a very dark look enters his eyes. He looks at the girl with a sudden, predatory interest. Alice catches his gaze and instantly freezes. She's absolutely terrified of whatever he's thinking. A little later, he's actually carrying the heroine, but his mind is elsewhere. He's staring at her metal chest plate, realizing it's likely the legendary mithril armor passed down through generations of knights. He imagines it must be carved with ancient runes and imbued with pure magical essences. The fact that she's wearing it proves it's worth a king's ransom. He gets an evil spark in his eye. If he can just get his hands on that mithril armor, he can sell it and live like royalty. Suddenly, he starts laughing like a true villain. He sprints back toward the girl, who's totally startled and grabs her hand like he's some kind of charming noble. He calls her a lovely young lady and says that parting ways like this is just breaking his poor heart. Then, he kindly asks her to hand over her most precious possession. Alice is stammering, utterly confused by his sudden change of heart. But then he says it. He tells her to take off her armor right then and there. She's in complete shock. She collapses to the ground, stuttering that he wasn't interested in her body before, but the boy just shrugs and says he changed his mind. Horrified, Alice tells him not to come a single step closer, but the protagonist just puts on a terrifying, demonic expression and laughs. He tells her she better do exactly as he commands. His face is so frightening in that moment that Alice's eyes widen in pure, unadulterated alarm. Backed into a corner, she starts screaming. Tears well up in her eyes as she begs him to be gentle, crying out that it's her first time. Merlin looks at her like she's crazy. He asks what on earth she's thinking and clarifies. All he wants is the expensive armor she's holding onto. Embarrassed and totally lost, Alice just stares at him. Merlin is too excited to care, explaining that this Serena mithril armor is his ticket to getting rich. As he walks away with the loot, he tells her this is their final farewell. He says if it's fate, maybe they'll meet again, and then he starts laughing like a maniac. Alice is left there, completely stunned and trembling with rage. She feels utterly humiliated and despicable for even thinking he wanted her. Suddenly, she just breaks down and starts crying. She shouts to the heavens that she never, ever wants to see his face again as long as she lives. The heroine is left on her knees, overcome with tears of frustration. Meanwhile, in another part of the realm, a woman named Lilith is busy at a cauldron. She's humming a tune while following a recipe book, looking out over the vast forest. She smiles to herself, hoping to meet some interesting people soon. 1 whole year passes. Now, in the rugged outskirts of Wales, a group of men is trekking through the wilderness while gripping their weapons tight. One of the bandits remarks that people in this country must be getting smarter. He asks his senior if they're really going to find someone to rob in this empty spot. But the leader, a guy with bright red hair, tells him to shut up and be patient. He knows what he's doing. Suddenly, the man spots someone approaching. He observes the stranger from a distance and notes that the guy is dressed in absolute rags. He looks like he hasn't had a meal in weeks. The redhead looks down at a piece of paper in his hand, and suddenly, the gears start turning. He bursts out laughing, which totally confuses his partner. He tosses the paper aside and says that in this business, appearances can be incredibly deceiving. He explains that some people might look like weak beggars, but they're actually worth a mountain of gold. Walking with a makeshift cane, our protagonist is looking rough. He's exhausted and muttering to himself about how he's absolutely starving to death. He looks up just as a strong gust of wind blows a piece of paper right into his face. It's a wanted poster, and the title reads, "The Scottish Gigolo." There's a bounty of 5,000 gold on his head. Merlin stares at it, grumbling that it's such a pain to be labeled a criminal just for a few pranks and free dinners. He rubs his face, realizing he's in deep trouble since he's spent every last coin. He figures there's no way he'll find easy, well-paying work around here. But right at that moment, someone starts approaching him, calling out to get his attention. These 2 thugs corner him, calling him a brat. They claim this road is theirs, and trust me, they aren't looking to chat. The girl with him just stays silent, completely confused. The bandits smirk, declaring his gold and his very life now belong to them. But our guy, he doesn't even blink. Irritated, the blonde bandit shouts, asking if he is deaf or just stupid. He finally looks back, totally unfazed. "Wait, you talking to me?" The old thief growls, making it clear they are bandits and he is the target. "Hand over everything," he demands, pulling a dagger. He brags that his own life is worth a 5,000 gold bounty. He is a dangerous man. Licking the steel, he warns the brat not to resist. Why? Because this blade is coated in a poison that kills in seconds. Our hero just sighs. "You idiot's actually trying to rob me." He slowly reaches for his sword, a cold chill filling the air. Then comes that grin, absolutely terrifying. He warns them straight up, if this blade leaves its sheath, they are both dead men. The younger thug just cracks his knuckles, unfazed. He figures it is time to show this kid what real skill looks like. His partner gets hyped, tossing an apple high into the air. In a flash, the bandit's dagger becomes a blur of motion. It is actually impressive. He peels the entire apple midair with just a knife. His buddy starts bragging, claiming no one can match his speed. "My captain is a legend," he shouts. "He can strike 20 times in a single second before you even blink." But 𝒕𝒓𝒅, he is just staring at the fruit. He is starving, literally drooling over the apple while ignoring the death threat. The bandit loses it. "How dare you ignore me?" He lunges forward, aiming right for our hero's throat with a murderous glare. 𝒕𝒓𝒅 barely looks. He decides to finally draw his sword. The thief smirks, thinking he has finally landed a killing blow. But suddenly, cold sweat. Something is wrong, very wrong. The thief realizes he has hit nothing but air as the apple falls. Perfectly, the apple lands in 𝒕𝒓𝒅's hand. He takes a casual bite while his opponent collapses behind him, completely defeated. His partner is shaking, stammering in pure disbelief. What just happened?" He turns tail and bolts, screaming for his life. 𝒕𝒓𝒅 just sighs. "Man, these guys are boring." The fight was over before it even started, leaving the bandit face down in the dirt. But then he notices something weird. The human body, it is a goblin, a monster disguised as a common highwayman. Maybe he was hiding from the royal guard. "Whatever, not my problem," 𝒕𝒓𝒅 mutters, focusing on his next meal instead. Meanwhile, deep in a dark cave, a goblin sentry levels his spear. He demands to know why a human is trespassing here. "Don't shoot," the man yells. It is Hans, the bandit from before. He is desperately begging for an audience with the Goblin King. The guard lets him through, but with a chilling warning. "If this isn't urgent, your head is coming off for disturbing His Majesty." High on his throne, the king glares down. "Why are you back, Hans? And where is the gold you owe me?" On his knees and shaking like a leaf, Hans starts blubbering. He explains they couldn't bring back a single coin. The king roars in fury. "You return empty-handed. Maybe I should just eat you instead." Hans screams that he has news. Roderick was taken down, defeated in an instant by a single human traveler. He explains the guy didn't even fully draw his sword. Just a flash of light, a single glint, and Roderick was finished. To his surprise, the king smiles. "So, the humans want a war. They're finally sending their high-level experts into my woods." Back with our hero, he is wandering the capital of Albion. He has spent his last copper on the city gate fee and is officially broke. He needs a job, and fast. Something easy that lets him keep living that lazy, luxury lifestyle he loves so much. See, for a whole year, 𝒕𝒓𝒅 lived like a king after selling Lady Alara's ancient silver plate. Private mansions, the whole 9 yards. He had a staff of butlers and maids at his beck and call, with every single meal prepared by the kingdom's top chefs. He spent his days at the races, betting huge amounts of gold, and losing every single time. Seriously, his luck was absolute trash. Reality finally hit him. The money from the armor was gone, and he had managed to pile up a mountain of debt in the process. Even though he was flat broke, he couldn't stop. He was still hitting 5-star restaurants like he had gold to burn. Suddenly, a man pins a notice to the board. "This guy has caused absolute chaos across the entire kingdom of Albion." And just like that, our boy is a fugitive. He is officially on the run from every debt collector in the country. The former overlord of the First Abyss has fallen pretty far. Now, he is literally a street performer trying to scrape together pennies. He starts begging for tips, and the crowd is just confused. Wait, is this guy actually an artist? What is he even doing? 𝒕𝒓𝒅 decides it is time for the real show. "Watch closely," he yells, performing an insane high-speed sidestep move. The crowd goes wild. Look at that speed. Is he some kind of legendary knight or a master martial artist? 𝒕𝒓𝒅 just smirks behind his hand. "Oh, we are just getting started. You haven't seen anything yet, so don't blink." He begins tapping his feet with rhythmic magic, his movements blurring. "Behold!" he shouts, "the dance of 100-step clones." Jaws dropped. Everyone watching the spectacle was in pure awe, swearing they'd never seen a performance like that in the entire kingdom. Seeing their reactions, our hero just flashed a cheeky grin. He told the crowd that since they enjoyed the show, it was time to pay up. He practically begged them, saying a guy's gotta make a living, but the crowd, they completely blanked him and kept moving. Suddenly, some priest starts shouting about the Saintess of Light, the supposed reincarnation of eternity and the source of all life. People started drifting away to hear the sermon instead, ignoring our guy's desperate pleas for even a single copper coin. "Just 1 copper," he yelled, but it was useless. He realized these cheapskates weren't going to give him a single cent. Then he spots a target, a small kid walking all alone, happily sucking on a lollipop. Merlin walks up and gives him a little tap on the head. The kid stops and turns around. Merlin stares at the boy's fancy pink silk sash, honestly confused if he's looking at a boy or a girl. With sparkling eyes, Merlin asks for just 2 coppers for a meal. In exchange, he'll teach the kid how to become a legendary master. The kid is spooked. He calls our guy uncle and stammers that he's totally broke. Talk about a tough crowd. Merlin drops a heavy hand on the kid's shoulder. He's annoyed now, thinking this brat just insulted the most powerful swordsman in the world. The kid is shaking in his boots. Merlin demands his name, and the little guy nervously replies that his name is Henry. Merlin slowly reveals his blade. He tells Henry to listen carefully, because he just offended a high-tier master. He claims he's a merciful guy, but hey, forgiveness isn't free. The price for his mercy, exactly 2 copper coins. The kid starts tearing up, sobbing that he didn't bring any money with him today. Merlin just crosses his arms, looking totally skeptical. "You look like a rich, noble brat," Merlin scoffs. He doubles down, promising to teach him the ultimate art of the blade for those 2 coppers. That actually worked. Henry's eyes light up, and he eagerly asks if Merlin is talking about the legendary art of the invincible sword. Hooked on the idea, the boy leans in, dying to know what kind of god-tier swordsmanship this actually is. Merlin grins, calling it the most devastatingly invincible style ever created. The name, he calls it the quick strike. Henry immediately scoffs. He says that sounds like some basic amateur stuff, a total letdown for someone expecting an epic secret. Ouch, our Shadow King is feeling personally attacked. He tries to explain that his version is superpowered and unique, but the kid isn't having it. Henry argues that a low-level move like a quick strike is completely useless in high-tier combat zones. Suddenly, the boy reaches into his pocket and hands something over to Merlin. He calls it a small reward for his hard work. Merlin opens his hand and his soul basically leaves his body. 2 candies, that's all he got as a reward. The kid tells him he's still just a child, and that Merlin should stop scamming people and find a real job. Merlin is fuming. He clenches his fists, declaring that even if this brat begs on his knees, he's never teaching him a single thing. As Henry walks off, he tells Merlin to stop being so clingy because it's honestly just getting annoying. "What a little brat," Merlin mutters. He's the Shadow King, for crying out loud. He could slice through anything in a heartbeat. Sucking on the lollipop, Merlin realizes he desperately needs to find a new way to earn some actual gold. Suddenly, a voice booms from the crowd, proclaiming that only those with faith in the goddess of light will receive her protection. Merlin looks back and sees a man talking about how the church sent a massive army of 100,000 knights to kill the Shadow King a year ago. But with one single attack, the entire army was slaughtered. Then some girl pipes up, calling the Shadow King a total pervert. She claims the Saintess died after being corrupted by him. Merlin is losing it. What kind of crazy nonsense are these people talking about? He thinks they've got him confused with some other idiot. Besides, he's definitely not interested in flat-chested girls. Meanwhile, the preacher claims Lord Alistair, the strongest of the 7 Shadow Kings, is a violent, cruel nightmare. He warns that the demon species is invasive, and that Alistair could invade their territory and massacre everyone at any second. Merlin rolls his eyes. He's never even led an army against Albion. It's just more demon threat propaganda to keep people scared. The old man holds up a book, screaming that this is why everyone needs a holy codex to strengthen their faith. He says the book is the only thing that can rescue their souls from the Shadow King's hands. Then comes the sales pitch. This unlimited edition, codex usually costs 10 gold coins, but today, it's a steal at just 1 gold coin. People start buying them like crazy. The old man even shouts that anyone who doesn't buy one isn't even human. Merlin clenches his fists in rage. These hypocrites are literally robbing the hardworking citizens of their money with these lies. He's shaking with fury. What's even more unforgivable is that they're using his name to get rich, and he isn't getting a single cent. Sometime later, we find Merlin speaking with a tavern owner. He's trying his absolute best to sound like a professional. He tells her if her establishment needs someone to serve drinks, he's the best choice for the job. Yep, the king is officially job hunting. The lady stands there, completely unsure of what to do, until the boy flashes a smile that could melt stone. He takes her hand, looks her dead in the eye, and makes his pitch. Hire him right here, right now. That did it. She closes her eyes, blushing like a schoolgirl, and stammers out that he's hired. Our blonde lead just smiles, mission accomplished, thinking to himself that he didn't expect a married woman to be this shy. But wait, she's got one last question. Raising a finger, she asks Alistair if he's a traveler from beyond the village borders. He doesn't hesitate. Yes, he is. She nods, explaining the catch. As an outsider, he can only work here for 2 months maximum before he has to move on. Alistair doesn't mind. He knows the clock is ticking anyway. That curse on his heart, still there, still lethal. To stay alive, he has to keep moving and find powerful souls to extend his lifespan. Suddenly, the lady's vibe flips completely. She adjusts her glasses, eyes narrowing as she starts crunching numbers at lightning speed. One hand is flying across the page while the other grabs a pen. Alistair is actually impressed. This woman is a pro. She's multitasking like a machine. A few seconds later, the verdict is in. Working at the Silver Chalice, he'll earn 1 gold sovereign a month, with a room and hot meals included. But here's the sweetener. He gets a 20% commission on every single drink he pours. Alistair is floored. 1 gold coin is a massive fortune for a village job. Then comes the real job description. In the afternoon, the pub opens its doors exclusively for women. His job, keep the drinks flowing and the customers happy. She warns him it won't be easy and tells him he'll need to take special measures to succeed. Alistair is curious. Special measures? Sounds fancy. The lady gets embarrassed, struggling to find the words. She explains that he'll need to use sweet talk, offer relationship advice, and, well, get a little more intimate if the customer demands it. Alistair is absolutely stunned. He did not see that coming. The former Dread Lord of the Abyss suddenly realizes just how far he's fallen in this new world. He's literally going to be selling his body for ale money. It's a total hit to his dignity as the monarch of pride, but his pockets are empty and his stomach is growling. Reluctantly, he forces a smile and accepts the deal. Seeing his cooperation, the lady adjusts her glasses again, promising him a massive bonus if his sales numbers hit the roof. And just like that, the proud king of demons chooses profit over pride. He waves a hand, calling her boss, and officially starts his new career as the pub's resident heartthrob. He figures since nobody here knows his face, his dark past is safe. It's a clean slate, or so he thinks. Little does he know, trouble is already rolling into town. The very next day, a carriage pulls up. It's Beatrice, the high-ranking knight, and she's busy snacking while she looks over a wanted poster. It's a bounty for the rogue Casanova, worth 5,000 gold coins. But the poster is caked in mud and torn right across the face, so she has no idea she's looking for Alistair. A year ago, Beatrice's ancestral silver armor was stolen, leaving her with a mountain of debt. To pay it back, she had to register as an adventurer and start grinding missions. Because she's a legendary heroine, she was fast-tracked to gold class. She's been working herself to the bone for a year just to keep the debt collectors away. She'd heard rumors about 𝒕𝒓𝒅's flashy, expensive lifestyle, while she was out there struggling to even buy a new dress once in a while. Back in the present, she stares at that 5,000 gold reward. She wonders if this scam artist is actually worth that much coin. "I'm catching this Casanova," she declares. To her, it looks like an easy payday. With that kind of reward, she could clear her rent and buy a whole new wardrobe. She calls over her donkey, Barnaby, telling him it's time to go get rich. She's on the hunt, but she still has zero clue that the man she's looking for is right under her nose. Fast forward to that night at the pub. 𝒕𝒓𝒅 is in full swing, dancing with a local lady. He whispers, "Would you drink this wine for me?" And she basically melts, saying she'd die for him. The crowd is going wild, calling him Little Lily and begging for hugs. 𝒕𝒓𝒅 just smirks and suggests they all buy another round of drinks first. The women are completely obsessed, throwing money at him just to stay in his orbit. From the corner, the lady of the house watches, noting that 𝒕𝒓𝒅 is a natural with the ladies. Just then, her son walks in with a bruised face, looking like he just lost a scrap with the neighborhood kids. She's worried, asking if he's been fighting again. The boy doesn't answer her. Instead, he points a trembling finger at 𝒕𝒓𝒅. Our protagonist realizes the kid is onto him immediately. The boy shouts that 𝒕𝒓𝒅 is just a useless uncle who only knows how to show off his looks. Talk about a tough critic. Later, they're all sitting down for coffee. The mother is being super sweet to her new star employee, but her son, Julian, is sitting there with his arms crossed, looking beyond annoyed. Julian points at 𝒕𝒓𝒅 again, calling him a fraud and questioning why his mother let a shady guy like this dress up and work in their pub. The mother tries to apologize, assuming Julian must have been the one causing trouble for 𝒕𝒓𝒅. 𝒕𝒓𝒅 just smiles, playing the "I love children" card while keeping his cool. But inside, he's fuming. He's wondering what kind of little brat would go out of his way to make his life this difficult. Julian isn't backing down. He tells his mother she needs to stop hanging out with people like this. He warns her that 𝒕𝒓𝒅 is probably badmouthing her behind her back, just like the last guy did. A boy nearby looks at him like he's been in a brawl. Concerned, his mother asks if he's been fighting with the other kids again. Suddenly, the kid points right at him. It's that useless uncle who only knows how to show off. A bit later, they're sitting down for coffee. The boy's mother is being surprisingly nice to her new employee. The kid, Liam, looks annoyed. He points at our main man and calls him a total fraud. He demands to know why his mother let a shady guy like this work at the tavern in those clothes. The mother apologizes for the trouble, but Alaric just smiles. Inside, he's wondering what kind of brat would push his luck like this. Liam snaps back, saying he isn't the one causing trouble for anyone. He tells his mother to stop hanging out with sketchy people like this guy. He warns her that this useless uncle has been going around the village badmouthing her. Even the village children are whispering, calling her a scandalous lady. Heartbroken, she pleads with young Henry to stop his outbursts, especially in front of Sir Merlin. Our main man, Merlin, sees the truth. She's just a young, stunning widow struggling under the weight of cruel village gossip and unfair rumors. Merlin notices the boy's torn tunic and dirt-stained knees. Typical. Henry's been brawling again, defending his mother's honor against the local bullies. Merlin just sighs. Time for some tough love. Merlin looks the kid in the eye and tells him straight, if you want to protect someone in this kingdom, you need real power. Without strength, you're just noise. He explains that if Henry truly wants to shield his mother, he needs to become powerful enough to silence the haters for good. But the kid's got a temper. Henry snaps back, pointing a finger and calling Merlin a useless dandy who just lives off the charity of wealthy noblewomen. "Who are you to lecture me?" he snarls. Henry scoffs at Merlin's so-called quick-strike technique, calling it a total joke before turning his back on him. And just like that, the boy bolts out the door. He's gone. His mother cries out his name, but the kid's already vanished into the streets. Merlin's just thinking, man, what a brat. Anyway, shift scenes to the local tavern, where a trio of seasoned travelers are huddled over their ale. As Lilith polishes a tankard, one of the men leans in. He's heard rumors, nasty ones. Are there actually greenskins lurking around this peaceful village? His buddy confirms it. The mountains behind the village are crawling with them. Even worse, a lady's body was discovered nearby just a fortnight ago. The leader of the group, a massive brute of a man, just throws his head back and laughs. He takes a massive swig, completely unfazed by the grim news. "Another round," he bellows. And right on cue, our boy Merlin steps up, taking the order with the kind of theatrical charm only he possesses. He returns with a bottle of fine red, performing a swirl that's so smooth it belongs on a stage. Pure class, honestly. The man is an artist. With a wink and a seductive touch, he pours the vintage directly into the glass with perfect precision. He hands it over with a flourish. "Enjoy, my lord." The brute is stunned. "Kid S got talent," he grunts. His friend is sold too, immediately demanding another round for himself right then and there. Merlin just gives them that charming blonde smile, all in a day's work. A little while later, the mood at the table shifts towards serious business. Sir Rufus leans in, discussing the contract with his comrade, Log. The prize? 2,000 gold coins, a massive fortune for a single job. Log is nearly choking on his drink. Why does Rufus get the lion's share? But then, Rufus starts turning beet red, and the lady knight beside him looks down bashfully. Rufus breaks the news with a proud grin. They're getting married. This is their final mission before they retire to their ancestral lands to start a life together. Log is floored. Meanwhile, in the background, Merlin's ears perk up. He's listening very, very closely to this retirement talk. Not a good sign. He can't help himself. Merlin interjects, asking with a nervous edge if they're seriously planning to head home for a wedding right after this mission. Log claps his buddy on the back. It's a classic pairing, a powerful mage and a brave knight. Merlin just watches, feeling a sting of envy. But Merlin is sweating. In his head, he's screaming, "Death flag!" He politely interrupts, asking for the specific details of this supposed easy mission. The scarred veteran shrugs. It's a simple cull: slaughter 100 goblins and bring back their ears as proof for the Adventurers Guild. The big man eyes Merlin. "You a sellsword too, pretty boy." Merlin shakes his head. He just wanted to know how much danger they're really in. Rufus just laughs it off. "Relax, kid. I'm a silver rank knight. A bunch of cave dwellers don't stand a chance against a party like ours." The other warrior nods. They're doing God's work, keeping the roads safe. Merlin relaxes a bit. It's just a few goblins, right? Nothing to worry about. He gives them a polite good luck as they finish their meal. Cut to the mountains. The party is already deep in the fray, hacking through green flesh. The massive warrior with the scar cleaves another goblin in two. It's a total massacre. He makes it look like child's play, honestly. "Pathetic," he grunts, wiping black blood from his blade. Rufus checks the count, 37 left. He tells everyone to keep their guard up until it's over. But then, a sound. A heavy metallic scraping against the cold stone. Something massive is approaching from the darkness of the cave. One of the guys gets cocky. "Just a few more runts," he yells, readying his blade as a massive shadow looms over the rocks. The axeman has his back turned, laughing that his friends are being way too tense. He's completely oblivious to the nightmare growing behind him. He looks up and his heart stops. It's a mountain of muscle, a giant high goblin. Before he can even scream, the monster crushes him into the dirt. "No," his comrade bellows, eyes wide with pure horror. He lunges forward, cursing the green bastard for what it just did to his brother-in-arms. Then a cackle from above. A shriveled, ancient goblin is perched on the giant's shoulder. He welcomes them to their grave in the name of the Goblin King. He sneers at the humans, calling them nothing more than inferior cattle meant for slaughter. The sheer malice in his voice is absolutely chilling. Rufus and his bride-to-be are paralyzed. The old freak introduces himself as the Grand Archmage of the Goblin Kingdom, a high-class threat. Rufus can't believe it. A high-class mage in a backwater village. It doesn't make sense. Beside him, his fiancée is already breaking down in tears. The goblin cackles, eyeing the woman. "You'll make a fine servant for his majesty," he hisses, as hellfire begins to dance around his fingers. He blasts a wave of fire straight at Rufus. Rufus dodges, shouting at his lady to back him up. They're fighting for their lives now. The lady mage snaps into action, weaving complex incantations. Fire affinity, agility, blood enchantment. She's stacking every buff in her arsenal onto her husband. Rufus is glowing, literally. Mana is erupting from his body as his strength triples under the weight of his bride's magic. He's ready for war. With a roar that shakes the cavern, he lunges forward. His blade is engulfed in roaring flames as he strikes. Time for some payback. Tristan unleashes his explosive cross slash. A massive wave of fire tears through the air, and even though it was just a single swing, it looks absolutely devastating. Our hero is gasping for air, already exhausted. He tells himself they can make it out alive, but then, a gargantuan monster towers right in front of him. Without warning, the beast swings its massive club. Thwack! The blow is so powerful that it sends Tristan flying through the air like a ragdoll. He hits the dirt hard. Fiona screams his name in pure terror, but the old goblin king just smirks, ordering his goons to seize the lady. The goblins drag her away as she shrieks for help. Tristan is a bloody mess, barely able to speak as he gasps for them to let her go. The old goblin just laughs, taunting the broken boy. "You want to save your lady? Well, kid, you might just have one single chance left." The catch, Tristan has to make a dark deal with a goblin. Meanwhile, over at the Rose and Crown, Lady Alice stands outside, eyeing the establishment. She wonders if this truly is the finest inn in the entire kingdom. Peeking through the window, she sees the whole place is buzzing with energy. The barmaids are rushing around, gossiping that the star dancer, Lady Daisy, won't perform until the stage is absolutely perfect. Alice is genuinely impressed. Lively place, she thinks. Suddenly, the landlady approaches, a woman with striking pink hair. She can tell immediately Alice is a traveler from far away. She notes that based on Alice's gear, she's likely from out of town. Alice introduces herself as an adventurer looking for a warm bed. She asks if there's a room available for the night. The friendly innkeeper smiles warmly and gestures for the young lady to follow her upstairs. They head up the stairs to Alice's new quarters. They stop at room 206, the place where she'll finally get some rest. The pink-haired landlady tells her this will be her room. She mentions that if Alice wants some entertainment, the best dancer in the land is performing. The show is free of charge, and she's more than welcome to join the crowd downstairs later. Alice blushes, thinking that sounds like quite a lot of fun. She says she might check it out, especially since it's supposed to be an exotic dance. Then, the mood shifts as Alice pulls out a wanted poster. She asks the innkeeper if she recognizes the person on it. The pink-haired woman looks closely, but since the face is covered, she can't be certain. She bids Alice a good night's rest and leaves. Disappointed, Alice enters her room with a heavy sigh, realizing her search won't be easy at all. At that exact moment, Merlin walks into the tavern below, looking around. He pauses. Did he just hear that foolish girl's voice somewhere? He shrugs it off, thinking it must be his imagination playing tricks on him. After all, it's time for him to get back to work. Upstairs, Alice collapses onto her pillow, pure bliss. Finally, a real bed after so many days of camping out in the mud and dirt. She blushes, wondering when she'll see her mysterious savior from the port of 𝒕𝒏𝒈𝒆𝒅 again. She still owes that sword master a massive debt of gratitude. Alice has been traveling across the realm for over a year now. Back during her time at 𝒕𝒏𝒈𝒆𝒅, she was once captured by the Crimson Raiders. Locked in a cage, she could only watch as the pirates laughed. One pirate sneered that they only planned to kidnap the Duke's daughter. But who would have thought a fiery adventurer would offer herself up while trying to save her? Another pirate warned that they were going to have fun. He looked at the beautiful women and told them they were in for a long night. Hearing this, the captives started sobbing uncontrollably in terror. Alice was absolutely furious, calling them absolute scum. The pirate just laughed, asking what was wrong with a little fun while his friend smirked. The other pirate suggested they should start with Alice first. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared and told them to hold it right there. Looking up, the red-haired pirate demanded to know who was there. It was Sir Lucian, and he warned them to prepare for serious trouble. Alice couldn't see the person's face from her cage and wondered who it was. She started shouting, desperate to see what was happening outside. One pirate mocked him, saying he's picking a fight with the Crimson Raiders. "You must be tired of living, kid," they roared with laughter. Curious, Sir Lucian asked if they were actually strong. The red-haired pirate bragged that he and his brothers were Holy Knight tier experts. He claimed no one in these waters could stand against them. They had a fleet of 17 warships, enough to face the king's Royal Navy easily. For that reason, he said an unknown boy like Lucian shouldn't think he could take their prisoners away. But Lucian was actually quite intrigued. He never imagined he'd run into 2 Holy Knight-level fighters while fleeing from his own debt collectors. This was definitely a surprise. Drawing his sword, he realized their lives might actually help him relieve his dark curse. Excited, he declared it was his lucky day. The pirate warned his brother it was time for this boy to die. They charged at him, one with a sword, the other with a magical scythe. The scythe was dripping with a deadly aura. Lucian slowly began unsheathing his blade, eyes cold and focused as the enemies closed in. He made one lightning-fast slash, striking both the redhead and his bald brother. The blow was so powerful it shattered their armor into pieces. Several pirates were sent flying overboard from the sheer force. With just one single strike, he had completely defeated the entire crew. Witnessing this scene, Alice was completely shocked and stunned. Back in the present, she hugs her pillow, remembering how cool that sword master was. Even though she didn't see his face, she's convinced he's a generous and calm soul. Suddenly, she remembers she needs to write to her master. Alice picks up her pen to begin her letter. She writes to her master, hoping that the message finds her doing well in the kingdom. She mentions that she's so rich now that she doesn't have to worry about a thing. No more owing money to the church or loans. She's finally free from all those financial burdens. The future is looking bright for our lady adventurer as she starts this new chapter. She writes that she's even found a connection with a legendary knight commander, a man who's always been top tier. He has a brilliant future ahead. She ends the letter telling her mentor to stay healthy and not worry. Alice promises to visit once she's finally reached the peak of her career, smiling at her slightly dishonest letter. Some time passes. Alice is sitting alone, praying to the heavens every single day with a desperate heart. She begs that she never, ever crosses paths with that scoundrel, Miles, for the rest of her life. She calls him a perverted lowlife and hopes he's punished, made so miserable he has to become a common beggar. Meanwhile, Miles is mid-performance when he suddenly sneezes. It happens every day at this exact time. He wonders if someone is constantly cursing him. Downstairs, a group of noblewomen starts shouting for little Daisy. Alice sips her drink, wondering who this Daisy is, noting she can hear the women screaming from the rafters. Suddenly, a glass hits the table. It's young Henry, muttering that these ladies are all wet again with excitement. Smiling, Alice corrects him. That's a bit harsh. She tells him to notice how elegantly they're all dressed. Henry just sighs. Most of them have husbands at home, but they come here anyway, completely and utterly shameless. He blames his mother's business for their bad reputation. Alice realizes he's actually the tavern keeper's son. Surprisingly, Henry says Lady Alice is much better. She's pure, unlike those women who throw themselves at Miles. He explains that someone high-class like her is a much better person. Alice blushes at the unexpected compliment. "Is that so?" she asks. But as Henry looks closer, he spots something interesting hanging from her belt. His eyes light up. Wait, Lady Alice is a gold-rank mercenary. He's practically jumping for joy now. She nods, confirming it. Impressed, he calls her amazing and asks if she's from a prestigious knight house. She admits she is. Pointing to her blade, he asks if she could teach him how to use a sword. He really wants to learn. Hearing this, Alice gets flustered. Advanced frost blade arts, that's not easy. She nervously wonders what to do, since the training is impossible without years of discipline. But then, an idea. Affectionately, she pats the boy's head. She'll teach him, but first, he needs to drink more milk to get strong. Henry gets extremely excited. He grabs his glass and starts chugging the milk while Alice watches him. Henry remarks that a real gold rank knight is way sharper than that useless guide, who only knows one trick. Curious, Alice asks who this useless guy is. Right on cue, the show begins and the curtains fly open. Our protagonist appears, apologizing for the delay. The intermission is over, time for the second half of the act. The moment he steps out, every woman in the room starts swooning and blushing like crazy. Raising his arms with a smirk, he declares it's showtime. Alice watches, wondering if this clown is little Daisy. Henry confirms it. Yep, that's the useless uncle who only knows how to do a quick-draw strike. He explains that while the guy is a bit of a loser, he's a total magnet for women, a professional charmer. Realizing the situation, Alice finally understands what's going on. Without a second thought, she draws her steel. She tells Henry that Lady Alice is going to catch a criminal and warns him to stay put. Miles, masked and mysterious, senses a presence. Someone is approaching him, and they aren't being quiet about it. Alice demands he surrender. She calls him a debt-fleeing rogue and orders him to come with her right now. Miles notes that she looks exactly like that knight from the arena, but her chest wasn't this big before. Alice tells him not to resist, but he just tells her to relax. Then, he raises his hand toward her. Without hesitating, he reaches out and pokes that exact area. Alice is absolutely mortified beyond belief. "It's just padding," Miles mutters. He's not even surprised. Alice's voice trembles as her hands begin to shake. She lunges forward, swinging her sword repeatedly. "You bastard!" she screams, but Miles dodges every single strike. Furious, she yells for him to just die. Miles tells her to wait and calm down for a second. "What if you accidentally hurt someone?" he asks. Alice declares she won't stop until his hand is cut off. Missing her target, Alice goes for a frontal strike, but the boy manages to jump, showing some serious skill. He steps right onto her blade. With a bit of force, he pins it to the ground and grabs her. Holding her head, he calls her by name. "Alice, it's been a year. Your temper has only gotten worse." He tells her that given their history, she shouldn't be acting like this. Confused, Alice just stares. "Our history." As he pulls off the mask, our boy Alistair looks her right in the eye, calling her my lady with a smirk that says he knows exactly who she is. He asks if she's really forgotten those wild nights they shared on the galleon while crossing the Great Channel, claiming she was so swept up in passion that she practically threw herself into his arms, begging for his embrace. Seeing his true face, Lady Alinar is absolutely floored. With a sly grin, Sir Alistair notes how young and innocent she was back then, before finally revealing his real name. In that second, memories hit her like a tidal wave. The shock is total. She lets out a scream so loud, and piercing it probably gave every cat in the district a heart attack. Back at the Silver Chalice Inn, Alistair just keeps staring her down after dropping the disguise. He asks her again, did she really forget those delightful nights? Rowing together through the channel, side by side. Hearing this, our heroine's blood starts to boil under her armor. Her knuckles go white as she grips her sword. Because of his stunt, she's had to live in total shame for a whole year. And now, she's charging. She screams for him to die, but Alistair is too fast. He catches her wrist mid-swing, telling her to just breathe and calm down for a second. He reminds her they were comrades. Besides, he only stole from her. Is a death sentence really necessary? Talk about an overreaction. She's actually tearing up now, fuming with enough murderous intent to scare a dragon. Seeing that look, our protagonist starts getting a little worried. Suddenly, Alinar drops her blade and starts sobbing. She asks how he could be so heartless, stealing the most precious thing she owned before just vanishing. He fled like a coward. She's crying now, asking if he has even the slightest clue what she's been through because of him. She's had to work like a dog to make up for what he did. If he's actually a man of honor, he needs to take responsibility. The drama is hitting a peak. In the background, the tavern gossip is flying. "Not little Aliner," the ladies whisper, while others are already branding him a total scumbag. Young Julian is just watching this play out, asking what Sir Alistair did to the poor woman. Honestly, he looks physically disgusted. Alistair is sweating now, swearing up and down it's all a big misunderstanding. But Julian isn't buying it. He's totally annoyed. He tells Alistair he should be grateful a woman like Aliner even looks his way, before spitting on the floor and calling him the scum of the earth. Alistair hangs his head. He's an idiot. If he lets her keep talking like this, the whole kingdom will think the worst, and his reputation will be ruined forever. He has to shut this down, and fast. Realizing there's only one way to stop the scene, he makes a bold move. He steps forward and pulls the heroine into a sudden, tight hug. Aliner is completely stunned, her face turning bright red as she freezes up. Alistair whispers that she needs to settle down. "Let's put the issues aside for a moment, okay?" He invites her to sit for a drink, just the two of them. They'll talk it all over. Some time passes, the crowds thin out, and the two of them are finally alone at the bar. Alistair notes that the customers are gone, asking if they can finally have a real conversation. But Aliner, she's busy drinking. She slams back a glass, declaring that iced milk is the absolute best before asking Mistress Martha for another. Alistair just stares in disbelief. Does she really have to gulp it down like that? It's not exactly ladylike. Irritated, she tells him to stay out of her life. She mentions she's still single, then asks if he's heard of a man called the Great Sword Master. Alistair just muses to himself. That this sword master guy must be legally blind to fall for someone as foolish as her. Meanwhile, Martha is watching from the shadows. She thinks Sir Alistair is quite the ladies' man, seeing how even a high-ranking knight seems to know him so intimately. To her, they look exactly like a bickering couple. She finishes the glasses and walks over with a knowing smile. Alistair calls her over, saying he'll take her son up to bed so the adults can finish their talk in peace. He bids the lady a good night. Martha wishes him luck in making peace with Lady Aliner. She heads out humming a tune, leaving the boy feeling more than a little awkward. Alistair pours a glass of silver wine. Look, he'll just return what he took so they can be even. Simple, right? But then, with the memory of a goldfish, he actually asks her, "Wait, what exactly was it that I stole from you?" Aliner looks absolutely crushed. She explains that the precious thing was her ancient mithril armor. Alistair nearly chokes on his drink. Why does she even want that back? It's basically just chest padding, he says. Bad move. She explodes, telling him to shut up and return it. He can't even look at her. He admits the truth. He already sold it. He explains that he actually used the gold to bet on horses at the track. And yeah, he's totally broke now. Aliner is just standing there in pure, silent shock. He smiles, telling her it's just a piece of scrap metal and she shouldn't be so stingy. Meanwhile, Aliner is shaking with pure rage. She mutters that the armor was worth 10 million gold coins. Her fist clenches, and she grabs the former Dark Lord by the collar. She screams that he's got a lot of nerve. This isn't over, not until she gets her armor back, one way or another. Alistair grabs her wrist again, flashing a cold smile. He reminds her where he came from. The second he took that armor, it became his property. He can't help her with the return. He explains that since he's got no gold left, the only thing he can actually offer her is his life. He's got nothing else to give. He declares he's no longer the Dark Lord, so they aren't enemies anymore. His expression darkens. He tells her that if she's really determined to take his life, well, that's going to be a different story entirely. With a dark, suffocating aura, Alistair slowly reaches for his hilt. Lady Alara freezes. Heart racing, she breaks into a terrified cold sweat. But then, Alistair just starts laughing. Not looking for a fight, he clicks his blade back into its sheath, leaving Alara utterly baffled by what's even happening. Our boy just goes back to his cold drink, crosses his legs, and tells her to relax. He starts explaining that Mistress Margaret has been nothing but kind to him, and he has zero intention of causing a scene in her. Fine establishment. Then he gets cheeky, saying she was enjoying her drink a second ago, but now she's completely killed the vibe. He tells her straight up, she should be wielding a pen, not a sword. This actually sends Alara into a silent, deep spiral of doubt. She wonders, is he really so powerful that she can't just seize the ancient silver plate armor back? But he just scoffs, explaining that Shadowborn lords have a brutal sense of honor and loyalty. To them, a contract is a sacred bond made between two willing souls. Still skeptical, Alara asks why on earth he cares about honor if he's no longer the High King of Shadows. He looks her dead in the eye. Even if his throne is gone, he's still the former monarch of pride. He won't steal back what he's already sold. Then he flips the script, asking why she, a legendary hero, is stooping so low as to curse him and try to rob him. Her head drops. In a quiet voice, she admits she's not a hero anymore either. That armor, it was a loan from the great cathedral. After it was stolen, she became a nobody who owes the church tens of thousands of gold sovereigns. 𝒕𝒓𝒅 just shrugs, saying if she works hard, she'll pay it off eventually. Annoyed, Alara snaps back. That means taking on crown rank. Missions where the pay is massive, but the danger. It's basically a suicide mission, but wait for it. The second he hears that a crown rank payout is worth tens of thousands of gold coins, 𝒕𝒓𝒅 actually starts shaking with excitement. He asks if that's actually the truth. Alara confirms it, explaining those high-tier quests are crawling with lethal dangers and soul-crushing holy class monsters. It's the definition of high risk, high reward. Frustrated, she groans that even then she'd need to finish thousands of missions to clear her debt, and it's all his fault. 𝒕𝒓𝒅 just laughs. It looks like he's finally found his next career. Think about it, the life of a high-tier mercenary. It's perfect. You find holy enemies to feast on, which extends your life. And you get paid a mountain of gold for it. Absolute perfection for someone wanting a carefree life. Hyped up, 𝒕𝒓𝒅 decides this is the job for him. He turns to Lady Alara with a look of pure passion. What do I have to do to join the mercenary guild? She looks at him with pure disgust, explaining that only those with internal essence or mana can even apply. 𝒕𝒓𝒅 knows he's got mana for days, so he asks if there's a shortcut. She mentions that a personal recommendation from an active high-ranking knight also works, but then she stops. 𝒕𝒓𝒅 doesn't miss a beat. He grabs her hands, calling her Lady Alara, and saying they're basically like two peas in a pod. He begs her for a recommendation so he can join the guild too. The girl is in absolute shock. Almost tearing up, she asks why she'd ever do that for him. Our protagonist just tells her not to be so stingy. After all, they're both stuck in the same sinking boat. She points a finger right in his face, telling him to forget it. There is no way on earth she's recommending trash like him. He just shrugs it off. It's just a signature, right? Not like she's losing anything. But Alara isn't budging. Someone like him has no business being a knight. They both end up incredibly annoyed, and that night they part ways on terrible terms. Fast forward a few days. 𝒕𝒓𝒅 is at the bar, drying glasses with a heavy sigh. He's clearly frustrated about being stuck without a license. Mistress Margaret calls out to him, asking if he's seen young Henry. He hasn't. Now she's getting worried. Henry hasn't been seen since yesterday. And she's got a bad feeling. She decides to head out to search for him, but stops when she notices 𝒕𝒓𝒅 looks completely drained. She asks him, what does he really think about the life of a questing mercenary? He tells her it's a world where hope and death live side by side. On one hand, you can make a literal fortune by surviving the impossible. He starts laughing to himself. This is it. This is the path. Margaret asks if he's finally found his purpose, if he's planning to follow in Alara's footsteps. He says yes. But there's a catch. He has no license, and Alara won't give him the time of day. Margaret tells him not to give up. Maybe his words just didn't move her heart, yet. She tells him she's rooting for him and wishes him luck. But then, a shadow of worry crosses her face. 𝒔𝒕𝒅 watches her closely as she suddenly grabs his hand. She begs him, if he does become a knight, he must promise to stay away from those lethal, high-tier missions. She explains that even though he carries a sword, he's a man without a drop of mana. To her, he's weak and likely to get himself killed. But 𝒔𝒕𝒅, he knows the truth, he's powerful. Suddenly, a massive bolt of thunder cracks outside. Just like that, the sky opens up and the rain starts pouring down. Lady Margaret grabs her umbrella, telling her staff she's heading out to find Arthur. Her shop hand nods, taking over the counter while looking out at the storm. He can't help but wonder how those 6 silver rank knights from earlier are holding up. Meanwhile, near the heavy gates of Silverton Kingdom, a figure stumbles through the mud. It's a red-haired mercenary, bloodied and desperate, crying out for help. Up in the watchtower, a guard catches the sound of a voice through the wind. He looks out, shouting down that the gates are locked for the night and to move along. The man begs, claiming he's a scout who just left the local outpost. He's pleading for mercy, his voice cracking as he explains his entire squad was wiped out. He's covered in wounds, barely standing, and prays they'll let him in before the monsters finish him off too. The guard sees the gore and winces, while his partner yells to pull the lever. Following orders, the massive iron gates begin to groan and slide open. One of the soldiers rushes down, demanding to know why the scout is just standing there. "Move it! Get inside before something follows you." But the mercenary starts shaking, tears streaming down his face as he whispers an apology. "Forgive me, please. I just wanted to save her." The guard's heart sinks. Something is wrong. He looks up and his blood freezes. Towering over the man is a massive, hulking goblin beast. A withered goblin elder cackles from the shadows, mocking how easy it was to trick the humans. The guards are paralyzed, staring at a literal nightmare. A massive army of armored goblins swarms forward. The elder barks out a brutal command. "Slay the men, capture the women, the village is ours." With twisted, hungry grins, the monsters prepare to haul their treasures back to their king. The guards finally snap out of it, screaming that an invasion has begun. "Goblins, they're inside the walls." The alarm goes up, but it's already too late as the horde pours into the streets. The traitorous mercenary cries out that he did what they asked. He opened the gates, and now he wants his fiancée back as promised. The elder just smiles, a cold, sickening look. He thanks the hero for the help, but tells him the girl now belongs to the Goblin King. Before the man can even scream, the elder begins chanting. A burst of hellish fire erupts from his hands, engulfing the mercenary in seconds. The traitor dies screaming, his last sight being the hideous face of the monster he trusted. It's pure, unadulterated chaos. The horde marches in, laughing as they realize the humans are completely unprepared. This isn't a fight, it's a slaughter. Suddenly, the great alarm bell starts clanging, its iron ring echoing across the entire kingdom like a funeral knell. Inside the capital, people are confused, whispering to each other about the noise. One man leans out his window, wondering if the army is drilling. He never gets an answer. A goblin scout lunges from the roof, driving a blade straight through the unsuspecting citizen's chest. The man drops dead instantly, and the reality of the situation hits the crowd like a physical blow. This isn't a drill, it's an invasion. Panic turns the streets into a meat grinder. People are screaming, running blindly as the goblins strike from every dark alleyway. Within minutes, Silverton is a sea of fire and blood, the alarm bell still ringing through the smoke. Alara is sitting nearby, just finishing a snack. She pauses, noticing a massive plume of black smoke rising over the rooftops. Something feels very, very wrong. The crowd starts sprinting past her, eyes wide with terror. A man grabs her arm, yelling for her to run because they are coming. Alara is stunned, watching the frantic escape. An old man stops, putting a steady hand on her shoulder and telling her she has to move right now. She asks if it's a fire, thinking she can use her ice magic to help, but the old man's eyes go wide. A black-feathered arrow whistles through the air, thudding deep into the chest of the man who was just trying to save her. Hot blood splashes across Alara's face, leaving her in a state of absolute shock. The old man collapses at her feet, dead before he hits the ground. A one-eyed goblin archer perched on a nearby wall starts cackling, his buddies cheering him on as he notches another arrow. The archer aims for Alara, but suddenly he stops. He looks down at his hand and screams, "It's turning into solid ice." He tries to pull away, but his frozen limb shatters like glass. A second later, his entire body cracks and explodes into 1,000 frozen shards. The other goblins freeze, their laughter dying instantly. Alara is standing there, and the murderous aura rolling off her is absolutely suffocating. Pure rage takes over. She draws her blade, her voice cold as the north. "Come on then, blink and you won't even see the hit coming." The monsters snarl and charge, but Alara is already moving. She doesn't just fight, she executes. Ice magic explodes from her fingertips, sending lethal crystals flying through the air like shrapnel. The goblins don't stand a chance. One scout tries to be clever, aiming a crossbow from the shadows and letting a bolt fly at her back. The bolt shatters against a wall of reinforced ice. The goblin is losing his mind. She was right there. How did she move so fast? He looks up and gasps. Alara hasn't just blocked him. She's created a massive shield shaped like a frost-covered wing. Then the impossible happens. Alara begins to rise into the air, two magnificent wings of pure ice spreading out from her back. She looks down at the monsters like a vengeful goddess. "In the name of justice, I'm sending every last one of you back to hell." The goblins are shaking now, their bravado gone. They start screaming at each other to fire everything they have, but their hands are trembling too much. Alara doesn't hesitate. She dives straight into the heart of the horde, leaving nothing but a trail of frozen statues in her wake. More ice magic. Everything is trapped inside those near-unbreakable crystals. Meanwhile, over at the Silver Tankard pub, one of the ladies calls out to Julian, the local charmer, begging for another story. He just laughs, asking why he'd ever lie to beauties like them. Suddenly, screams erupt. "They're here, run for your lives!" The mood shifts instantly. Julian cuts the act and apologizes too. The ladies, noting that things are getting ugly outside. He has to investigate, but one of the women just scoffs, claiming it's probably just a couple having a spat and they should ignore it. Another agrees, saying lovers' quarrels are common these days and they should just keep drinking. Then bam, a shadow looms over the door, one heavy kick and the wood shatters into splinters. The girls shriek in terror, and even our hero is caught off guard. It's a trio of goblins, armed and looking for blood. Seeing the monsters invade, the girls lose it. These creatures are dripping with a foul, dark energy and look absolutely revolting. Annoyed, Sir Alistair wonders why these green-skinned pests had to show up here of all places. Amidst the chaos, a mother is running through the streets, breathless and desperate. She's terrified, wondering where her son could be. At the same time, young Arthur is at the bar playing with his wooden knight, telling his friends that a legendary adventurer promised to teach him the way of the sword. The other boys are wide-eyed. Arthur declares that he'll become a great knight to protect his mother, but then a strange noise. "What's happening out there?" one boy asks, trembling. The group is paralyzed by the sight outside. Arthur hears his mother's frantic voice calling his name, searching every corner for him. "It's too dangerous, Arthur, go home," she screams. Terrified, the boy starts crying out for her. But then he sees it, and his heart stops. His mother is completely surrounded by a pack of goblins. They're cackling with pure malice. Before he can react, they knock her down and bind her like cargo to kidnap her. Desperate, Arthur screams for her again and again. He bolts toward them, telling his friends he has to save her. They warn him he'll die, that those monsters will tear him apart. But as his mother is dragged away, he just yells for them to let her go. He begs the shopkeepers for help, but everyone is too paralyzed by fear to move. Back at the pub, the goblin siege continues. Alistair approaches the beast that broke in, ready to end this. With a smug grin, he warns the green-skinned trash not to mess with a man while he's entertaining guests. He glares right into the creature's soul, calling it Insolent, the goblin shrieks, realizing it's over, and 𝒕𝒅 finishes him off in a heartbeat. But he doesn't have time to rest. More of them, more and more goblins keep flooding in to ruin his afternoon. Sir 𝒕𝒅 finds himself encircled and wonders what the hell is going on. The monsters think they've won, laughing like maniacs. One of them screams. The order to kill. They all lung at him at once, completely fearless. But 𝒕𝒅 just sighs, they're not even worthy of a dance. He finally draws his blade. With one massive swing, he conjures a gale so powerful it sends the entire pack flying backward. They're left dazed and broken. Sheathing his sword with a click, he tells the goblins he'll help them make their final contribution to society. The lead goblin is confused and terrified, and in that second, he begins to swell up until every single green monster simply explodes like a firework. Back at the goblin's stronghold, one of the commanders is gloating, convinced that the kingdom of men will be wiped off the map. But then a scout rushes in, panicking. He tells the prime minister that their entire Western army has been annihilated. The minister is stunned, asking if a high knight was leading the defense. The scout shakes his head. No high-level aura at all. Just a lone man with blonde hair and piercing red eyes. The prime minister is furious. To him, humans are nothing but cattle. The scout agrees, but he's shaking. It makes zero sense for a single human to wipe out their entire Western force. The servant swears he saw it with his own eyes. The man barely even drew his sword, and the army was gone in a heartbeat. Not only that, but the units sent to the main fortress were also slaughtered, left frozen and hanging from ice spikes. Worst of all, that silver-haired ice knight is heading right for them. The minister realizes they're in trouble and orders an immediate retreat. One of them mutters that they can always rebuild the army as long as they keep the women they snatched. Among the prisoners, Arthur's mother can only pray that her son is safe. High above the chaos, Lady Seraphina notices the retreat. She's anxious. If the rain picks up, it'll wash away their trail. The heroine sets off, determined not to let them take another soul. As a group of goblins moves to intercept her, she summons her power, shielding herself. "Get out of my way," she warns, "before things get very, very ugly." The beast just snarls, completely ignoring her pleas. Then, they charge. Alice doesn't even blink as the goblin pack lunges at her with bared teeth. Boom, she unleashes a freezing frost spell, slamming the lead monster center mass. Before it can even twitch, she's on him, tearing the creature apart. But wait, it was a ruse, a decoy. While she was busy, the rest of the goblin horde had already slipped past, leaving the village in total ruins. She looks around and, man, it's brutal. Despair is everywhere. Alice decides she has to stay put. She can't let these monsters touch the survivors. Suddenly, the heavy iron bells of the town square begin to toll. The village earl has called an emergency assembly, and the survivors are terrified. "What does the earl want now?" someone whispers. Fear is thick in the air as the broken villagers start huddling together at the designated spot. The earl stands before them, his face grim. "Our people have been dragged away to the Black Mountains," he announces. "We must act." But here's the kicker, he's paralyzed. "As your earl, I cannot make this choice alone," he stammers. "Talk about a useless leader." "Just forget them," one man mutters, his eyes hollow. "There's nothing we can do. It's over for anyone taken to those peaks." The crowd starts nodding. Fear is contagious. "Did you see how those monsters fought? They were fearless. There's no saving the captives now." "Are you serious right now?" A voice cuts through the cowardice like a knife. Someone is absolutely fuming at this surrender. It's young Henry. His face is flushed with pure rage because those monsters took his mother, and he's not about to sit idly by. "They took your families too," he screams. "They're waiting for us. We can't just leave the girls to rot in those goblin dens." He tells them to grow a spine and bleed for their kin, or they'll all rot in hell. That's when the local pastor arrives. "Utter nonsense," the pastor sneers, stepping into the light. The men gasp. They didn't expect the church to intervene so suddenly. He flashes a fake smile. "The goddess of light grants mercy only to the wise. Do you truly think blood is the answer here? He starts forgiving their sins right then and there. In the name of the goddess, you are absolved, he chants. What a total scam. The desperate villagers start falling to their knees in prayer. The pastor keeps going, telling them they're too weak to ever face a goblin. Fighting is for fools, he claims. Stay here, pray. Let the goddess handle the heavy lifting while you remain safe. He promises that sincere prayer will bring salvation to those in the mountains. Then, he drops the bait, and it's a big one. To truly save your kin, you need the Holy Scriptures. Strengthen your faith with these Bibles, or your families will never return. One desperate man looks up. Wait, if we buy the Bible, they really come back. Is that really the truth? He's actually considering it. Right on cue, a witness stands up. It's true, I was captured by the horde once, but I prayed over the word and I escaped. Jaws drop, the villagers are stunned. You escaped those monsters, just by praying. Is that even possible? Absolutely, the man lies through his teeth. The moment I held the holy book, those demons shivered in pure terror. They couldn't touch me. That's all it took. The crowd loses it, weeping and cursing themselves for not buying dozens and dozens of Bibles earlier. Are you selling them now? Please, I need one. The desperation in the air is sickening, and the pastor is loving every second. The pastor and the witness share a quick, knowing glance. Oh yeah, this was definitely a setup from the very beginning. Calm yourselves, the pastor says, hiding a smirk. I happen to have a few crates of Bibles right here, and don't worry, they're affordable. Only 100 gold coins per copy. And just like that, the poor villagers start throwing their life savings at this con artist. Everyone is falling for it except Henry. He watches his neighbors get fleeced and shouts, "You've all lost your minds. This is a scam." "Shut your mouth, boy," a man barks back. "This is the only way to save them. Don't you dare insult our only hope." Henry won't back down. The longer we wait, the worse it gets. If anything happens to our mothers, we're the ones going to hell. He's sobbing now, screaming at the top of his lungs that they're all being tricked and that no one is coming to save them. Just then, Alice arrives. She puts a hand on Henry's shoulder. "Easy, kid. You've done more than enough. I'll take it from here." She turns to the crowd, her eyes cold. "Stop this pathetic display right now, you hypocrites. Leave this place at once." The pastor is livid. Who is this woman? Seize her. She should burn at the stake for tainting our holy prayers. Alice doesn't flinch. She just stands tall. "I am Alice Claudia, gold-rank adventurer and the 233rd hero of the Vatican." The room goes dead silent before erupting. "The heroine, the Alice Claudia, is here." Even the pastor looks like he's seen a ghost. He tries to pivot, shouting that she's a disgrace who failed the demon expedition and consorted with the archdemon himself. "I'm not here to gossip about the past," Alice retorts. "I'm here to bury the lies you're feeding these poor people." She looks him dead in the eye. "If the Pope heard the garbage coming out of your mouth, he'd be beyond disappointed in you." The pastor is trembling with rage. "How dare you judge me? I am the church. Prayer is the only path to salvation." That's the last straw. Alice's patience snaps. She draws her steel in a silver flash, her face full of cold fury. She slams the tip of her blade right against the pastor's throat. "If you truly think the goddess is listening, then pray she hears you now." If prayers actually worked, then why isn't he praying for his own life right now? He should be risking everything to prove his faith. Instead, the old man just collapses, trembling on his knees. He's begging for mercy, but the girl just tells him to get lost before laying down a curse on his cowardice. She starts this epic speech, calling everyone out for being paralyzed by the fear of death. She knows they feel completely helpless as their loved ones are snatched away, yet they still cling to these empty, hollow hopes that mean absolutely nothing in the end. Alice doesn't hold back, telling them that running away is nothing but a coward's choice. The gods, they've got no time for the foolish or the weak-willed who won't stand up. In this life, there are things you just can't walk away from, no matter how impossible the odds might look from the outside. Their people are out there, trapped and waiting to be saved, and she makes it clear that they're the only ones who can actually pull off a rescue. Over at the tavern, Alaric is absolutely loving the drama, whispering to himself about how cool she looks right now as Alice brings her speech to a peak. She gives them two paths. One, stay here and rot with your guilt until your last breath. Or two, pick up a blade and actually fight for something. Without missing a beat, she turns to Lord Rand and demands he show her the path to the goblin's den immediately. Rand hesitates, warning her that the Goblin King is a holy ranked monster, a true nightmare. But Alice stays ice cold, barely even blinking at the news. She doesn't care about the rank, she just wants the location. Meanwhile, back at the bar, Alaric is playing the charmer, trying to keep the frightened women calm. He tells them they've got nothing to worry about as long as they stick by him, making the blonde woman swoon enough to call him her little daisy. He plays along, but then it hits him. Martha left ages ago to find young Henry, and she hasn't made it back yet. That's not a good sign at all. Right on cue, Henry bursts through the door, out of breath and looking like he's seen a ghost before bolting toward his room. Confused, Alaric stops him, asking where the hell he's been and, more importantly, where his mother is right now. Henry ignores him, grabs a heavy sword, and tells Alaric to mind his own business, saying he's going to save his mother himself. It clicks for Alaric. Something terrible happened to Martha. He tries to push the boy aside, telling him not to get in the way of someone who's actually busy. Henry snaps back, calling him out and saying all Alaric ever does is cause problems for everyone around him. Alaric grabs the kid by the collar, but Henry just snarls at him to let go, calling Alaric a useless nobody before vowing to rescue Martha alone. Alaric shuts him down, telling him he's way too young for this hero act and demanding he explain exactly what's going on. That's when the kid breaks. Henry starts sobbing, blaming himself for his mother being taken and insisting he has to fix it with his father's old sword. Alaric's tone shifts to something darker, telling the boy to know his place. He's just a weak kid who wouldn't last a second in a real fight. But Henry won't back down. He promised his father he'd be the man of the house while he was away and that he'd protect his mother no matter what. Hearing those words, that promise, it hits Alaric like a physical blow, dragging him back into a memory he'd buried a long time ago. He remembers himself as a little boy, telling his own mother the exact same thing, that he'd be her protector when he grew up. He lets out a bitter laugh at the irony, but by the time he snaps out of the flashback, Henry is already long gone, running into the night. Alaric just mutters about how fools only ever know how to make life harder for everyone else while the women look on, totally confused. Dropping the act, he turns to the ladies and tells them they need to clear out of the village the second the sun starts to rise. They're terrified now. The green-haired girl asks if he's leaving too, warning him that the forest is a death trap at this hour. But he's already gearing up, thinking to himself that maybe, just maybe, playing the hero for once wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Cut to Alice arriving at the adventurer's outpost. She finds a man bleeding out on the dirt and rushes over to see if he's still breathing. The guy is a total mess, sobbing and apologizing through the pain, but Alice tells him to save his breath because the villagers are on their way. Then his eyes go wide. He sees her rank, a gold-tier adventurer. This is the real deal standing right in front of him. He grabs her hand, desperate, begging her to save his fiancée, Cecil. He admits the unthinkable. He's the one who let the goblins inside the walls. He claims he had no choice, but Alice is disgusted. She tells him to get his head up because an adventurer should never lose their dignity, even at the end. Coldly, she strips him of his adventurer's badge right then, and there as a temporary mark of his disgrace. She asks for the girl's name one more time. Cecil, the man rasps out, his voice shaking with regret. Alice looks him in the eye and makes a vow. He'll get that badge back, but only when Cecil herself returns it to his hand alive. The man tries to warn her. The Goblin Emperor is a holy-class threat, and he begs her to be careful as she turns toward the danger. Alice knows she's walking into a slaughter. She knows she's nowhere near the Emperor's level, but honestly, that doesn't change a thing. She's heard it all before, how those without talent should just stay in their lane, but she refuses to believe those words for a second. Even with despair staring her in the face, she chooses to trust herself. Meanwhile, inside the goblin's twisted palace, the nightmare is already beginning. Martha and the other women are being held in chains, while the monstrous goblin king looks them over with a sickening grin. He orders his guards to toss them into the pits, bragging about how he's going to enjoy every single one of them once he's finished with his bath. His lackey just bows, praising the Prime Minister's cruelty and asking if he'd like a celebratory drink to start the night off right. "A reward, please," Lord Godfrey laughs, waving it off. "Serving your majesty is the only prize I need." The king just chuckles heartily, talk about a total brown-noser. "Exactly what I'd expect from my most loyal chancellor," the king says. Godfrey bows low. It's an absolute honor to have the crown's trust, apparently. But the king is done for now. He dismisses Godfrey, wanting nothing more than a hot bath. Typical royal life, right? Godfrey plays the part of the perfect servant, but the second he's out, total shift. He orders his thugs to prep a massive ambush for the humans. "Tonight, they die in droves," the chancellor sneers. He's planning to slaughter the massive human force coming their way with a brutal trap. His lackey is practically drooling. Incredible, just as expected of Lord Godfrey. Honestly, the ego on these villains is just on another level. Then things get weird. A scout spots something white streaking toward them. Godfrey's confused. Is it some kind of magical beast? "Is it a monster?" he asks. His servant starts to say no, they aren't beasts, but bam, he's cut off before he can even finish. It's ice, pure, freezing ice. Godfrey panics, screaming for the ogre knight to stop this annoying girl before she wrecks everything. Too late, she's already there. 𝒕𝒓𝒐𝒏, our ice-cold heroine, arrives and starts freezing the entire area. No talking, no mercy, just pure frost. In a literal heartbeat, everyone is turned into a glacier. The guards are beyond irritated, but they're also completely trapped and terrified. The massive ogre scoffs. "Don't play hero, little girl," he mocks, conjuring a massive fireball. But 𝒕𝒓𝒏, she's not impressed by his little light show. "Get lost," she says simply. One stomp to the face later, and that monster is flying through a stone wall. The lackeys are losing their minds. Their boss is down, and 𝒕𝒓𝒏's glare, terrifying. She looks at them with pure disdain, and they're frozen stiff with fear, not literally. This time. She moves on, searching for the women held inside the castle. But then, crash. She hears a noise, and two mutated orcs drop in. One swings a massive hammer, but 𝒕𝒓𝒏 is too fast. A quick dodge, a snap of ice, and both monsters are turned into statues. She doesn't hold back. "Step aside if you want to live," she warns. "You're the last obstacles in my way." As she fights, she shouts her resolve. Once the Tyrant King is gone, this nightmare finally ends for everyone. Things will finally go back to normal. In the cells, a blonde girl starts to sob. "Please, let it be true," she whispers. She's dreaming of a life that isn't a horror show. She talks about weddings, about children, about a future outside this hellhole. 𝒕𝒓𝒏's words are the only thing keeping her spirit alive right now. Finally, 𝒕𝒓𝒏 reaches the throne room. She seals herself inside with the Dark Monarch. It's a one-on-one showdown for the ages. Outside, Lord Cedric screams her name, worried sick. But inside, the monarch is laughing. He thinks this battle is going to be a walk in the park. 𝒕𝒓𝒏 is wounded and exhausted, but she's not backing down. The green monster just towers over her, mocking her for risking her life for nothing. "I'm a king," he boasts. "I don't see humans as equals, only as prey." The arrogance of this guy is honestly sickening. Then he gives her an ultimatum. "Drop your sword and be my plaything, or fight and die." What a charming guy, right? 𝒕𝒓𝒏 doesn't even let him finish. "Shut up," she snaps. She's choosing the second option. She's going to end him or die trying. In her head, she knows this guy is just a cruel beast. The only man she ever admired was her mentor, the legendary master swordsman. The monarch sneers. "Fool, I'll teach you a lesson once you're in chains." But 𝒕𝒓𝒏 isn't listening. She's already preparing her final strike. Her aura explodes. She literally starts to float as the cold energy ripples out. The monster actually looks a little wary now. He tries to play it off. A weak breeze, that's your final move. He's laughing, but you can see he's definitely feeling the chill. Elara ignores the taunts. You won't get another chance, she says coldly. Die by my blade. No more talking. As she readies the strike, a memory hits her. A flashback to her childhood training under the masters of the Silver Peaks. Little Elara was exhausted. Why do I have to learn this specific piercing move? She asked, barely able to stay on her feet. Her teacher didn't sugarcoat it. This is how you survive. It's the key to turning the tide when everything seems lost. Can this really kill a paladin-class expert? Elara asked. It seemed way too simple to work on someone that powerful. The answer was chilling. Most high-tier warriors are still human. A direct thrust to the heart, that's a fatal blow for anyone. Their lineage practices both magic and martial arts. It's a deadly combination that doubles your chances of hitting the mark. Even if they don't die instantly, the teacher added, they'll be completely crippled. It's all about that one perfect shot. But hitting a paladin warrior isn't easy, Elara argued. Her teacher just smiled, a very devious, clever smile. Use your head, ambush them, use poison, threaten them, do whatever it takes to win. And if all else fails, seduce them. Why are you so rigid? Little Elara was mortified. Master, you're being weird again. Back in the present, Elara isn't a kid anymore. She braces herself, takes a massive leap, and launches her ultimate attack. Meanwhile, over with Arthur, the red-haired boy. A giant is looming over him, calling him a pathetic rat for entering the palace. Arthur is fuming. Give me back my mother, he screams. He's scared, but he's not backing down from this monster. The goblin doesn't care. It swings its weapon with pure, deadly intent. Arthur, he's got no idea what to do next. He stands there, bracing for the end, tears streaming down as he accepts his fate. But death never comes. He opens his eyes, and there stands Sir Merlin. Right in front of him, that unstoppable beast from seconds ago is suddenly sliced clean in half. The massive creature collapses, dead before it even hits the dirt. Total shock. Henry just stares at the carnage, whispering his uncle's name in his mind. He finally sees the truth about the man standing before him. This wasn't even a fight. The monster didn't have a prayer. It couldn't even lift a claw to defend itself against Merlin's overwhelming power. The blonde knight chuckles, praising the boy's bravery and giving him 99 points out of 100. Then immediately docks all 99 for being a reckless idiot. With a smirk, he tells Henry he's back at 0 points for wandering into this hellhole alone. The boy is stunned, finally realizing his friend is a legendary master. He's actually glad he was wrong. All that talk from Merlin, it wasn't just bragging. The man is a god-tier swordsman, and Henry is absolutely floored by it. Seeing the kid's face, Merlin asks if he's still in one piece. Henry doesn't just say yes. He grabs the knight's leg and begs for training right then and there. He's desperate now, but Merlin is feeling a bit petty since the boy only respects him after seeing him kill a giant. Talk about a tough crowd. Merlin reminds him that he offered to teach him ages ago, but Martha's son was too stubborn to listen. Now, Merlin says he's not interested in teaching anymore. The boy drops to his knees, literally begging for a chance. Lucifer chimes in, mocking the kid for kneeling after he made fun of their quick-draw style earlier. Stand up, kid, he says, clearly enjoying the moment. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the air. They turn around, and there they are. It's Martha and the other captive women. The relief is instant. They're overjoyed to see each other alive after everything that's happened in this dark place. Henry sprints into his mother's arms, sobbing that he was so worried. Martha holds him tight, telling him she's safe because Alice protected them all. But she's confused. Why is he here? Henry points at Uncle Merlin, calling him an absolute beast for taking down the giant that was hunting them. Merlin winces. If Martha thinks he's that strong, she might try to lower his commission. What a little brat, running his mouth about the knight's skills. Terrified, Martha asks if it's true. If Merlin is really that powerful, he has to help Alice. The brave warrior is back there fighting the High Monarch alone. Alice is the only thing standing between them and the king's wrath. and Martha is terrified that the girl has finally met her match in that dungeon. Deep in the crypts, a sword clatters to the ground. The Dreadlord lets out a chilling laugh as Alice trembles, wondering how he could have possibly seen her. The snowstorm was just a distraction, but the king saw right through it. He anticipated her every move and now has her right where he wants her. The bearded monster sneers, telling the silver-haired knight that her little games are over. He wants to see her bleed before he finishes her off for good. His massive hands crush her ribs, the pressure so intense it forces a scream of pure agony from her throat. It's a nightmare come to life. Back at the entrance, the women are frantic. The redhead begs Merlin to intervene, knowing Alice is sacrificing herself to give them a chance to escape. Merlin plays it cool, asking why he should risk his neck for her, but internally his brain is working. Saving a hero, that's a fast track to fame. If he pulls this off, he might finally get his adventurer's license. Martha doesn't miss a beat. She promises to triple his salary if he brings Alice back. Triple, Merlin's ears perk up. He pretends he's not doing it for the gold, asking who she thinks he is, but the women know he's a total mercenary. They all agree he looks exactly like the type of guy who'd do anything for the right price. Regardless, the swordsman decides he's in. Time to work. Mother and son wish him luck, with Martha promising that he can train the boy once they're all safe. Merlin gives them a dramatic wave as he departs. "Just wait here," he tells them. "I'm bringing Alice back." Meanwhile, the king is literally squeezing the life out of the heroine, his grip tightening every second. He loves it. He laughs as her voice falters, his twisted desires flaring as he watches her grow weak. But Alice still has one last trick up her sleeve. Using the last of her mana, she summons an ice stalactite and drives it straight through the monster's arm. The king is stunned, looking up in pure confusion. He didn't even see her move. Before he can react, she triggers the rest of her magic, bringing the entire ceiling crashing down on his massive head. Immobilized by the debris, he's forced to let her go. Alice tumbles free, gasping for air as the monster bellows in rage at being tricked by a weakling. She's done playing games. This was all a lesson: never underestimate a knight of the Great Mountain. Now, it's time for her ultimate sword art. She charges the trapped king like a bolt of lightning, her blade glowing with frost. In a heartbeat, she's everywhere at once, a whirlwind of steel and ice. She slashes through his defenses, her magic freezing his blood as she drives her cold blade deep into the monarch's neck. It's a perfect, fatal strike. She finishes him with an ice explosion that leaves a massive hole in his chest. Alice slumps back, finally feeling a sense of peace as the monster falls. It's over, or so she thinks. Just as she turns to leave, a strange, sickening glow illuminates the room from behind her. Her blood runs cold. No way. The king is standing back up. The gaping wounds Alice just carved into him are knitting themselves back together right before her eyes. She's in shock. His heart was destroyed, yet he's standing there, looking even stronger than before. He looks at her with a terrifying, predatory grin. Alice can't wrap her head around it. That was a direct hit to the heart. Even a holy tier creature shouldn't be able to walk away from a wound like that. The king just laughs in her face. He mocks her ignorance, explaining a simple biological fact: a dreadlord's heart is on the right side of the chest. "You should have studied harder, girl," he sneers. Knowledge is power, and because she didn't know his secret, she's just signed her own death warrant. He's done being gentle. Having been humiliated, he promises she won't get a quick death. Alice is paralyzed, staring at the monster she thought she killed. He raises his massive iron club, screaming for her to die as he lunges. She desperately throws up an ice barrier, but it's like paper against his brute force. Boom, he lands a direct hit with everything he's got. The impact is so brutal that even the massive stone beams of the vault start to splinter and crack. This time, she's in real trouble. Broken and helpless, she collapses. That's when the wretched Goblin King grabs her, laughing as he whispers a nightmare into her ear. From now on, she's his slave. Forever. All she can do is gasp for air, trapped in a world of agony. But then, wait for it, the king freezes. Pure shock. The girl, she's gone, just vanished right out of his disgusting hands. He whirls around, eyes wide, and sees exactly who dared to snatch her away. It hits him then, another rat has managed to sneak into his precious underground kingdom. But something's wrong, something feels off. Before he can even process it, his entire body has been sliced clean in half. He didn't even see the blade move. Talk about total confusion. The green monster loses it, screaming curses at the blonde swordsman. Alestair just looks down at the girl, wondering what on earth she was thinking, risking everything for people she doesn't even know. "Were you actually serious?" he asks. She threw her life on the line for total strangers who have absolutely nothing to do with her. To him, that's not brave. It's just pure, reckless foolishness. He tells her she didn't need to go so far as to gamble with her own life. He gently moves her to a safer corner, his voice softening just a bit. The swordsman admits he's not exactly used to seeing her this quiet and, well, compliant. "Don't you dare die on me yet," he mutters. Since she can't snap back at him, he promises not to tease her this time. He tells our silver-haired heroine to get some rest while he handles the rest of this mess. Through the haze of pain, Alara starts to see it. This is the man she fell for, the legendary strength that first captured her heart. Is he really here to save her? Again. Half-conscious and drifting, she thinks of the master swordsman and whispers the truth out loud. She likes him. A lot. Alestair freezes, completely caught off guard and confused. Wait, what is this idiot even talking about? He wonders, totally baffled by her words. But there's no time for romance. The Goblin King pulls himself together, demanding to know if Alestair is ready for the real game to begin once and for all. The king mocks him, saying he didn't expect a second pest to show up in his palace. He gives Alestair some credit, though noting he seems pretty strong. Slicing a king's hand off before he can even react is no small feat. But then, the monster's flesh starts to knit back together. See, in berserker mode, he can recover from any damage instantly. He dares Alestair to try and kill him, if that's the only way he'll finally stay down. Alestair just smirks, fueled by the challenge. He boasts that he can end anyone with a single strike. In fact, being defeated, that's exactly what he's been looking for. The goblin grins and lunges, launching into a massive attack. He swings his heavy club with bone-crushing force right at the young blonde man. But Alestair, he doesn't move an inch. He's so incredibly powerful that he withstands the full impact like it's absolutely nothing. Now the monster is genuinely shook. "You're strong," he admits, demanding to know Alestair's name. But our hero isn't interested in making friends. He tells the green monster that someone with his pathetic skill level doesn't even deserve to know his name. The king, however, decides to introduce himself first. He claims he's one of the 14 great goblin emperors, a true prodigy of his race. His grand plan, a massive invasion of the kingdom of Wessex. He wants to be the new ruler of all humans. He even offers Alestair a job as his prime minister, which would basically make him the second emperor. Alestair literally laughs in his face. It's too funny, the nerve of this green creature. Where does he get the courage to suggest they join forces? He adds that in this world, even if the goddess of light herself came down to earth, she wouldn't be worthy to gaze upon even a fraction of his glory. To top it off, he says using the king as garden fertilizer would be a total humiliation to his plants. That does it. The king is absolutely enraged by what he just heard. He gathers every bit of his strength and leaps at the blonde swordsman in a blind, murderous fury. Without a second thought, he jumps straight at him, screaming that Alestair asked for this. But the mockery doesn't stop there. Alestair starts poking fun at the monster, calling him as fat as a prize-winning pig, yet somehow managing to jump that high into the air. Fuming, the goblin prepares the ultimate strike of his life. He wants nothing more than to send this arrogant man straight to the depths of hell. And just as he's about to strike with every ounce of his power, Alestair just stands there, chuckling at the whole ridiculous show. The king smashes his club into the earth, certain that even a high knight would die horribly from an attack like that. Suddenly, Alestair appears right there, casually asking, Wait, was that actually your strongest move? The goblin can't believe his eyes. He looks up to see this small figure standing right on top of his own club. My turn now, 𝒉𝒂𝒅 says. He fully draws his blade. One clean slash, and the ugly monster is split right down the middle. As it happens, the king finally realizes the terrifying scale of the young man's power. He's been cut in two, and for the first time, his regenerative powers can't keep up. 𝒉𝒂𝒅 just looks disappointed. He was curious to see who was behind all this trouble, but honestly, the king is just too weak. He's a total letdown. Terrified and fading, the goblin stammers, "Who are you?" Because this is clearly no ordinary human. The answer is simple. It's not that 𝒉𝒂𝒅 is too strong. It's that the king is far too weak to even be called a ruler, let alone stand on the same stage as him. He finishes the job with zero hesitation. And as the divine rank monster falls, 𝒉𝒂𝒅 feels a weight, a curse on his very heart, finally begin to ease. Suddenly, a wall cracks open from the intensity of the fight, revealing a room stuffed with stolen goblin treasures. But then, the whole place starts to rumble. Just as he's about to rescue the girl, everything begins to collapse. 𝒉𝒂𝒅 can't believe his eyes. It's a massive, overflowing mountain of treasure. He loves that blinding shine of gold coins. He wonders if his dream of becoming a wealthy wanderer might actually come true after all. A massive stone block slams down, inches from his head. 𝒉𝒂𝒅 looks up, and his heart drops. The entire ceiling is coming down. The battle for the sunken city has triggered a total collapse. Now he's got a split-second choice. If he moves fast, he can haul out a king's ransom in gold. But there's a catch. If he takes the treasure, Lady Beatrice is a goner. She'd be buried alive under tons of rock, and even a cold-hearted guy like him can't quite stomach that. Gold or the girl, it's the ultimate dilemma, but in the end he makes his choice. He chooses the girl. Just as the world cave in, 𝒉𝒂𝒅 lunges, grabbing Beatrice and sprinting for the exit as the mountain groans. As they flee the crumbling ruins, he makes one thing very clear. She's his curse. He shouts that she owes him millions, and if she doesn't get him a high-ranking job recommendation, he is never letting this go. Back at the village, the locals are reuniting with their families when, boom, the mountain erupts behind them. One villager screams that the peak is sliding away, while another asks if that was where the goblins' shadow palace was hidden. A young boy panics, terrified for his two friends left inside. His mother grips his shoulder, telling him not to worry. 𝒉𝒂𝒅 is too clever to die like that. He always finds a way. And she's right. Out of the swirling dust and smoke, a familiar silhouette appears. It's 𝒉𝒂𝒅, and he's carrying Beatrice to safety. The crowd goes wild. Everyone's cheering, calling him a true savior. One guy admits he totally misjudged him, calling him impressive instead of a useless freeloader. 𝒉𝒂𝒅 soaks it up, grinning ear to ear. But deep down, he's crying. He's thinking about all that beautiful gold he left behind to rot in the dark. Later, Beatrice is unconscious in bed. Our new hero watches over her, noting she's in rough shape and needs immediate care. He lets out a wicked little smirk. She was so high and mighty before, but now, she's stuck there, completely at his mercy. He calls it karma and prepares to tease her relentlessly. Finally, a chance to get back at her. Then he stops, clears his throat, and realizes how that sounds. He quickly pivots, mumbling that he's just, administering medical aid. Definitely not taking advantage. Eventually, Beatrice jolts awake, her mind racing. Last thing she remembers is the Goblin King's final strike. After that, everything is a blur. Mistress Mary walks in, relieved to see the heroine finally awake. She says she couldn't sleep a wink worrying about her. Beatrice, ever the noble soul, apologizes for the trouble. But Mary just shakes her head. They were terrified when they saw her injuries. If 𝒉𝒂𝒅 hadn't risked his life to pull her out, she'd be a corpse under a mountain right now. Beatrice is floored. It wasn't some legendary grand knight who saved her. It was 𝒉𝒂𝒅. She can't wrap her head around it. Why would Lord Malachor, the legendary dark power himself, actually bother to save her life? Mary sees her staring and asks if there's some drama between them. But before Beatrice can even answer, Mary keeps going. She suggests that Beatrice should give him another chance. They're like an old couple, she says. Nothing will ever change if they keep fighting like this. Beatrice practically screams that they are not an old couple. In her head, they're sworn enemies, not sweethearts. But the innkeeper just winks, thinking Beatrice is just being a shy young girl. The situation is a total nightmare for the silver-haired heroine. It's humiliating. Being rescued by the Demon King is the ultimate sting to her pride, but the truth is she owes him one. Finally, she asks Mary to go fetch Alistair. As he approaches the room, he hears voices from inside. Beatrice is talking to some villagers she rescued, telling them she's just glad they're safe. A red-haired man insists they owe her everything. If she hadn't acted, they'd be dead, and they'll never forget her bravery. Alistair pauses, listening to the gratitude in their voices. He realizes that even though she's a bit of a naive fool, people truly respect her. He shrugs, maybe this hero gig isn't so bad after all. The villagers leave and Alistair steps inside. He wants to know if she's finally feeling better. He mentions that Mary said she wanted to talk, so he's here to listen. Beatrice takes a breath. Since he technically went out of his way to save her, she grinds out a thank you, but she warns him not to get a big head. She doesn't hate him this second, but that doesn't mean he's forgiven for his past crimes. Alistair is fuming. This wasn't the plan. He expected her to be weeping with gratitude, maybe even pledging her life to him. He tells her flat out, thank you doesn't pay the bills. He doesn't do heroic rescues for free. He demands a letter of recommendation for the Adventurers Guild. She snaps back with a hard no. Alistair can't believe the nerve of this girl. He reminds her he's her literal savior. Beatrice warns him that she won't be blackmailed into anything, regardless of what he did. So Alistair plays his trump card. He'll tell the traveling bards arriving tomorrow that the great 233rd heroine is a total ungrateful brat. What an absolute scoundrel. She screams that she'll never forgive him if he dares to drag her name through the mud, but he just smirks, taunting her even further. Oh, look at you threatening me, he mocks. Who do you think you are anyway? He shuts her down, saying since she won't play ball, they have nothing left to talk about. Soon, every soul in England will know the truth, that the former heroine is nothing but a fraud with zero morals. Alice falls for the bluff hook, line, and sinker, begging him not to go. With a winner's grin, he realizes his plan is working perfectly. He just needs her to stay obedient, his little stepping stone into the world of the middle-class nobility. Later that night, at the ruins of the sunken Goblin Palace, a mysterious figure appears among the fallen stones. This dark-haired woman made it just in time. If she'd missed today's deadline, she never would have found the secret Welsh branch of the goblins hiding underground. She calls out to her deer while searching the wreckage. Finally, she spots it. Using her magic, she levitates a heavy piece of ancient wood. Show your true form, she commands. The object disassembles, revealing a glowing golden key hidden inside. It looks incredibly valuable. The dark-haired woman laughs, clutching her prize. The third key to the legions of hell is finally hers. She went through so much trouble to track it down, yet taking it was almost too easy. Suddenly, a shadow portal ripples open. A voice calls out to her, Kazona. She bows deeply. Her Majesty asks if the key has been secured. The answer, a definite yes. The voice confirms the rumors were true. No wonder those goblins never migrated south to join the main kingdom. Still bowing, Kazona admits she never expected them to hide so well. They were practically invisible underground. Her Majesty is satisfied. The plan to resurrect the ancient kingdom is already in motion. With the power of Hell's army, flipping Britain upside down will be child's play. The woman swears she'll offer her very soul if it means bringing their lost kingdom back to glory. Meanwhile, back in the kingdom, Alice and Merlin are heading out in a rickety cart. Lucifer the Third tells young Henry to look after his mother while they're gone. The boy tells them not to worry. They'll look after her, and once he finds his own spark, he'll track them down in rhymes. Martha chimes in, telling Merlin to just marry Alice already so they can live happily ever after. Neither of them takes that well, at all. Merlin wonders if that's a blessing or a terrifying curse. Alice, she says it's the worst thing she's ever heard in her life. The journey is pure chaos. Alice snaps, asking how he dares to look down on a lady like her. Merlin fires right back. That's my line. Who do you think you are looking down on me? He mocks her, saying at least he has fans. He suggests she take out the padding in her dress and see if anyone even notices her then. She explodes. She asks what's so great about being an idol for middle-aged housewives anyway, then claims her padding is for shock absorption, not to cover her flaws. Merlin loses it. He's laughing so hard he can barely breathe. He swears she's just trying to kill him with laughter so she doesn't have to pay her debt. Enraged, she literally kicks him out of the moving cart. But he's not letting go. He clings to her leg, screaming his head off. She calls him a pathetic loser who's too broke to afford a ticket to Rhymes, hitching a ride like a parasite. Merlin denies it. He says he's showing respect by using this slow donkey and asks if she realizes how lucky she is. According to him, the second he stepped into her shabby carriage, the whole thing was promoted to first class. Alice is about to blow a fuse. She tells him to get lost, calling him a perverted demon king and hoping she never sees his face again. Behind them, Martha is just beaming. Look at them, she sighs. They really do get along so well. The trip was never peaceful, not even for a second. It was just constant bickering and growling all the way to the city gates. When they finally arrive, both are thrilled to be apart. She wants him gone, and he's eager to become an adventurer just to make her jealous. They head to the Rhymes Adventurers Guild. Merlin struts in like he owns the place, while Alice follows, totally annoyed by his showboating. Suddenly, a huge commotion breaks out. Everyone is staring at a man standing by the crystal testing wall. It's a holy rank night. The crowd is stunned to see someone that powerful in the flesh. Merlin asks if this guy is like the Goblin Emperor. Alice explains there's a massive difference. There are only 3 fighters this strong in the entire guild, including the old Grandmaster. Lucifer just laughs it off. Back when he was a demon lord, he had dozens of holy rank subordinates. He calls her guild pathetic. Then, a drunk guy wanders over, asking Alice if she brought back an old flame. He jokes that poor Arnold is going to be crying in the bathroom. He turns to Merlin, asking for pointers on how to tame a wild horse like Alice. Alice warns the guy, Hobbs, that they aren't together. She tells him she won't be nice if he keeps talking nonsense. Hobbs laughs it off as a joke. He tells her she'll never be popular with guys if she keeps picking fights with everyone. He points toward a girl named Lydia, using her charm as an example of what Alice is missing. Alice tries to act like she's not jealous, but she's clearly fuming. Lydia calls her over to catch up. They greet each other, and Lydia asks what kind of loot Alice brought back this time, since she was gone for so long. Lucia, the catgirl receptionist, looks up and asks Alice if she's here for a new mission. Sadly, Alice has to break the news that she is. She's actually here to recommend a new recruit. Enter Arthur, a man who's determined to make it as a top-tier adventurer. When the handsome blonde introduces himself, Lucia nearly short-circuits. She freaks out, screaming, "Alice, since when did you get a boyfriend?" Lucia is fuming. She refuses to believe Alice could get married first, especially since she's convinced she's the more popular one in the kingdom. Our heroine tells her to relax. It's not that kind of story. Still, Lucia is totally baffled about why Alice is vouching for this guy. Alice has to explain the certain circumstances behind Arthur's arrival. And boy, does she throw him under the carriage. She exposes Arthur's big secret. He's on every restaurant owner's wanted list. The guy is basically a fugitive of the local taverns. Lucia just laughs. You came to the right place. Once you join the Valor Guild, your bounty is cleared and you can work off your debts. Arthur's thrilled to finally have the law off his back. But first, Lucia explains he needs a strength test to determine his starting rank. Better rank, better perks, and higher-ranked missions mean the gold starts piling up real fast. Arthur isn't interested in the small stuff. Why bother being an adventurer if I can't take the epic quests? Lucia tells him to take it easy. Every legend starts somewhere. She mentions one elder in the guild who's actually 102 years old. This old-timer worked his way up to silver rank after completing, wait for it, nearly 1 million low-rank missions. Arthur thinks that's absolutely pathetic. That's not dedication, he says. That's just wasting a century. Lucia mentions there's a faster way. Just get stronger. Raw power means an instant rank up. Arthur still can't wrap his head around the logic. Why would that old guy spend his life on grunt work instead of just training? Finally, the Catgirl warns him that the guild is fair, but brutal. Even an amethyst rank hero can be demoted if they're lazy. Cause enough trouble or stop working, and you're back down to iron rank before you can blink. Now, time for the spirit orb. Lucia tells Arthur to place his hand on the crystal ball to measure his internal power. It should glow with his strength. Being a total rogue, Arthur jokes and asks if the orb could just be the girl's chest instead. Lucia is not amused. Arthur walks up to the orb with pure Pride Monarch energy. Watch closely, mortals. You're about to see overwhelming power. Everyone leans in, waiting for a legendary explosion of light. The tension is thick, but then, nothing, absolutely zero change. Lucia actually feels bad for him. No reaction means no power, which means no membership. The verdict, he failed. The entire guild erupts in laughter. One guy shouts that Arthur couldn't even handle a single goblin. They're mocking his courage, telling him to come back when he actually learns how to fight. Alice pulls him aside, frantic. Arthur, what are you doing? Use your aura, use your mana. Arthur just looks at her blankly. I don't have any. Alice is stunned. How did he slay those monsters? He tells her his peerless draw technique is so fast he doesn't need magic. She's shaking. A sword technique that works without any magical force. It sounds completely impossible to her. Arthur tells her to just treat him normally and reminds her that she promised to get him in by recommendation. Desperate, Alice begs the staff to reconsider, swearing he's qualified for the job. But Lucia has bad news. The Valor Guild headquarters just abolished the wooden rank for regular people a few years back. The rules are set in stone. Irritated, Arthur snaps. If you're so obsessed with that crystal ball, then bring out your strongest fighter to duel me. That would solve everything, right? Lucia is shocked. No one has ever challenged the guild like this before. She tells him to stop joking, but one look at his face proves he's dead serious. In fact, he adds, you can all attack at once. Suddenly, an old voice cuts through the room. Let's test his strength then. The crowd goes silent as the legend appears. Jaws drop. It's Lord Alistair, the old guild master himself. People can't believe he's stepping in personally. Lucia explains his legend. At 17, Alistair saved a holy rank expert by killing a giant with one single punch. He's the biggest name in Britain's martial arts history. She asks Arthur one last time, does he really accept this challenge? With a sharp glint in his eye, the old man says he's seen a lot of rookies, and it's time to show them what the guild is capable of. Arthur clenches his fist. This is exactly what I needed. He's ready to throw down right here, right now. But Alistair stops him. This room is too small. He leads them to the massive training hall out back. The old master looks back and forbids the other guild members from following. This is a private battle between him and the boy. Alice finds the whole thing incredibly weird. She asks Lucia why her grandfather won't let anyone watch the fight. Lucia explains that Alistair is actually worried about the power gap. He doesn't want the spectators to get hurt or have their pride shattered. There are holy rank challengers every single year, but looking at them now, Alice realizes Arthur is facing a true monster. Saintly ranks in this guild. Lucia mentions her father's warning. Her grandfather, Lord Taylor, hasn't lost a single duel since reaching that legendary saintly tier. The old man has the spirit of a true warrior, while our protagonist, Merlin, is just a normal person. Still, he's ready to fight with every ounce of his power. Merlin asks if he can finally cut loose. He tells the old man, don't blink, because his quick draw, it is faster than lightning. The bald master invites him to show what he has got. Merlin doesn't hesitate. The blonde swordsman charges forward like a bolt of fury. The old master is actually impressed by the kid's agility. But then, whoosh, the sword whistles past his face, carving a massive crater into the earth. The strike is pure insanity. A tidal wave of raw energy erupts, surging across the district and shaking the very foundations of the city. Dust clouds explode into the air along with shattered stone. Merlin's blade stopped just inches from the old man's throat. Startled, the master collapses to the ground. Mary steps in to calm him down, revealing the terrifying truth of the situation. That was the blunt side of the sword. If Merlin had used the edge, the guild master would be a dead man right this second. Taylor is shaken to his core. He realizes that even at full power, he would have been instantly killed by this commoner. Who is this young man, really? Later that afternoon, Lady Alice and Merlin say their goodbyes to the people at the hall. The guild members are left standing there, completely baffled. Liuya sighs, calling Alice's old flame arrogant, especially for a normal person. She wonders why he went to such extreme lengths. The old man just scoffs, claiming he only got nicked by pure chance. But there is a catch. They are going to have to pay a fortune for the damages caused to the nearby houses. People are stunned. How could a normal guy upset the legendary guild master like that? One adventurer thinks the attack was just meant to clear the crowd. Suddenly, the old man taps his cane on the floor. The sound echoes, terrifying every warrior in the room. The elder demands silence, ending the matter right then and there. Meanwhile, outside the city walls, people are staring in awe at the massive disturbance that just took place. Even Urena notices the source of the chaos from a distance. But Merlin, he is actually thrilled. He recalls the old man explaining that normally, only mana and aura matter, but he made a special exception for Merlin. Merlin flips over his new adventurer badge. There, written on the back, is his official record. Merlin Lucifer. Occupation, villager. Rank, permanent iron. It is the lowest of the low, and he is not happy about it. He is disappointed that his rank is still lower than Alice's. Alice, still shaken, asks if he actually defeated the master. Merlin just shrugs. "Death is true death for me," he says. He claims he only showed a tiny fraction of his true strength. He calls the guild master ordinary. At best, only slightly stronger than the 7 generals he used to command. Alice drops to her knees. She remembers Merlin's godlike feats and wonders. How many lifetimes will it take to surpass him? Will she ever be able to avenge her humiliation? She honestly doesn't know if it's possible in this life. But Merlin is lost in his own world, clutching his badge. He is an adventurer starting today. Time to kill monsters and buy a mansion in Britain. He is already dreaming of the high life. Alice tells him to stop overthinking. He is just a low-tier rookie. She mocks him, saying he should save his grand dreams for when he is asleep. Annoyed, Merlin snaps back. He vows to take on a mission tomorrow and earn more than she makes in 10 years. They part ways, but Merlin's epic life hits a snag immediately. He stops halfway home, fumbling through his pockets. He has got 2 tickets for the horse races and 0 coins. Where on earth is he supposed to sleep tonight? It is a crisis of the soul. Standing in the pouring rain, he approaches a lady, asking if she wants to buy matches. He even asks an old man if he needs a waterproof matchbox. No luck. He is freezing, starving, and broke. He regrets betting everything on those horses. He tosses a match into the mud, putting it out. Then, a light bulb moment. He stands up, eyes shining. He decides he is going to eat at Alice's place instead. Meanwhile, the lady herself is enjoying a peaceful night. Alice is soaking in a hot bath, feeling completely relaxed. She thinks about Merlin and smirks. Who would ever hire a bottom-tier iron rank? She literally prays to God that the bastard is sleeping in the gutter. She hopes he is cold, hungry, and that nobody buys a single match from him. Right on cue, Merlin starts sneezing in the cold rain. Suddenly, knock, someone is at her door. She wonders if it is the landlord, Martha, coming by late. She hops out of the tub and grabs a towel. Walking to the door in just her slippers and a towel, She tells the visitor they should not come by this late. But she opens her eyes and it is not the landlord. It is Merlin, and he is looking at her asking, "Do you need a man?" Julian plays the charm card, leaning in to suggest that on a lonely night like this, he could offer a shoulder to lean on, if only she'd let him stay a bit longer. A heavy silence fills the room. Alice is a high-level close-quarters specialist, and she's definitely not falling for any sweet traps tonight. Bam! She plants a boot right in his face with enough force to send our protagonist flying across the hallway. She slams the door shut, screaming that she doesn't care how he tracked her down. He needs to stop bothering her for good. Julian picks himself up, nursing a bruised nose and a wounded ego, when an elderly landlady appears and asks why he's intruding on her property. Fuming, Lady Alice heads back to her bath, but someone starts hammering on her door again before she can even relax. She's had it. She grabs her steel, fully armed and ready for blood, calling Julian a bastard and telling him not to push his luck. But when she flings the door open, it's the landlady. Alice turns pale, instantly terrified when she realizes she just threatened the person who owns the house. Julian is lurking in the background with a massive grin, while the old woman reminds Alice that the lease strictly forbids weapons indoors. Alice tries to apologize, but Julian cuts her off. Arms crossed, he starts lecturing her about her outrageous behavior in someone else's home. He demands she put the sword away immediately. Alice is practically vibrating with rage, wondering how he dares to speak to her like that. The old woman snaps at both of them, telling them to fix their attitudes. She can't believe a newlywed couple is fighting like this already. Alice is completely floored. She stammers out that she has absolutely zero connection to this guy. Right on cue, Julian turns on the waterworks. With teary eyes, he asks why she's still mad and how she could deny their marriage like that. The landlady mutters that she might have to kick them out if this keeps up. She's genuinely worried that Alice might wreck the entire house on a bad day. Nervous as hell, Alice tries to explain that drawing her sword inside isn't a regular thing. The old woman isn't hearing it. She orders Alice to put the blade away and let her husband inside. "Stop embarrassing yourself in front of the neighbors so late at night," she scolds. Then she drops the ultimate hammer. "Do you want to be evicted right now?" Julian moves in for a hug, apologizing for the trouble and claiming he's just used to his dear wife's explosive temper. He promises to keep her in check in the future, while the old woman just chuckles. She quotes an old proverb about marriage being a lifetime of devotion, adding that it's not good to quarrel over the small stuff. Under his breath, Julian's laughing, so Alice responds by driving her heel into his foot with everything she's got. The landlady then reminds her that this month's rent is due, and Alice reluctantly agrees to go fetch the coins. While she's gone, the woman tells Julian that despite her temper, Alice is a good girl and he should take care of her. "She seemed so lonely when she moved in with just that one suitcase," she notes, wondering if she'd been through a lot. She asks Julian if he was the cause of all her hardship, then hands him a spare key just in case she gets locked out again. As the landlady bids them goodnight and leaves, Julian is already celebrating his new, guaranteed roof over his head. Inside the house, Julian gloats. He's officially got a place to stay, and he even tells Alice she might want to add some padding to her frame. A sword is at his face in an instant, but he deflects the strike with ease. Alice is fuming, swearing she won't let this day pass without payback. Julian just smiles. "I'm your husband now, remember. You really want to make yourself a widow before the night is over." She stammers, demanding to know what he means by that while calling him a shameless rogue. He warns her that if she uses her high-tier moves here, the whole house becomes rubble, and she'll be the one paying for it. "Think twice before pointing that steel," he says. Alice is seething, plotting her revenge for when he can't fight back. She asks him if he's actually planning to stay here for free. Julian just plops down on the sofa. "Relax. Think of this as a win-win situation for both of us." Alice crosses her arms, looking down at him. "Fine, get on with it then." Julian grabs a banana and suggests they split the rent as roommates. He points out that she's clearly low on gold, and paying the full rent alone is a massive burden. Alice considers it. It's logical, but why would she ever share a roof with her sworn enemy? She wonders if it's finally time to move past their history, even if she's not quite ready to forgive him. Deep down, the coin-saving aspect wins. She agrees to share the house, but he's stuck on the sofa. "And you're paying the rent right now," she adds. Julian responds by tossing the banana peel at her. He's acting cool, but he's secretly panicking about the money. He needs to start hunting those 𝒓𝒐𝒏 rank mercenary contracts immediately. Winning should be a breeze, right? Alaric grins to himself, thinking he's about to strike it rich. He's still got 2 betting vouchers left, his last real shot at the high life. Next morning at the Heroes' Hall, the air is thick with tension. A crowd of men is gathered around the scrying glass, waiting for the final results of the Grand Derby. Absolutely gutted, Alaric groans, realizing he just blew his entire purse on a losing horse. Lucia, the guild clerk, just watches the chaos from the counter while clutching a bouquet of flowers. She's baffled. Why on earth did her grandfather grant an adventurer's license to a guy who spends his mornings gambling? It makes 0 sense to her. She even starts wondering if he's her grandfather's secret love child. Why else would the old man cover the massive bill for all the property damage Alaric caused yesterday? Suddenly, Lord Cedric of House Austen approaches Lady Alara. He's all smiles and charm, offering her a bundle of roses and calling her the most beautiful flower in the kingdom. He's laying it on thick, but Alara isn't having it. She politely turns him down, though she gives him a quick thanks for the gesture just to be civil. The other adventurers are already rolling their eyes. One whispers that Cedric is starting his usual routine again, while another notes he's seriously pestering the poor girl. Then another guy chimes in, telling Cedric to give it up. He says the blonde newcomer, Alaric, has already surpassed him and stolen Alara's heart. Cedric freezes. He's shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. He demands to know where this nobody came from and what's really going on between him and Lady Alara. Sheeing, he draws his enchanted blade right there in the hall. He's convinced Alaric must have threatened her, and his ego just can't handle the competition. He declares that, as the heir of House Austen, he won't stand for this. He officially challenges Alaric to a duel to prove who's the better man. Alaric just sighs. Is this really necessary? He insists Alara has nothing to do with him, but the crowd isn't convinced. Someone shouts that the 2 of them are actually living under the same roof. Cedric's jaw hits the floor, and his eyes nearly pop out of his skull. He starts stammering, his face turning a bright shade of red. Living together? He looks like he's about to have a total meltdown in the middle of the guild. Alaric tries to argue that it's not what it looks like, but Cedric just calls him a bastard who invaded her home last night. The tension is through the roof. Cedric snaps, declaring that strength is the only measure of a man's worth. Even though he's secretly intimidated by Alaric's skills, he proposes a different kind of challenge. He points to a new mission with a massive reward, between 1,000 and 5,000 gold sovereigns. It's an urgent request open to any brave soul. He looks Alaric dead in the eye. Let's use our strength to settle this. Let's see who's actually worthy of standing beside Lady Alara. In the background, Alara just sighs. Does her opinion even count here? The mission is an A-rank nightmare, a massive outbreak of the undead in the southern ruins. The dead are rising, and the situation is critical. Cedric is determined to prove his worth through raw power and steel, and he won't take no for an answer. Alara turns to Lucia, wondering what the hell is going on. Lucia explains that this is a high-priority request that just came in from the regional lords. Apparently, some idiot grave robbers broke into an ancient underground palace and tripped every curse in the book. It's a total mess. Now, a tide of walking corpses is pouring out, terrorizing all the nearby villages. The local garrison couldn't hold them back, and the situation is desperate. Even the regular army wasn't enough to stop the swarm. That's when Cedric drops his trump card to impress the room. He's hired a holy-tier paladin for a fortune in gold. He tells Alara it would be an absolute honor if she joined his elite squad for the mission. He's talking about Sir Valerius, a legendary knight who just arrived yesterday. Alara crosses her arms, thinking that with a powerhouse like that, victory is a sure thing. She agrees to form a team. Cedric is over the moon as he rushes back to Lucia, demanding she stamp the mission's scroll immediately. Bam! The guild seal is set. Cedric is gloating now, telling Alaric that the real battle between men has finally begun. He's already dreaming of the glory. He thinks that once he has enough money and fame, he'll have the means to do whatever and get whoever he wants. But Alaric just ignores the guy. He turns to Lucia and says he wants in on the mission too. He needs that gold for his next bet. Lucia looks apologetic. Sorry, Alaric, but rules are rules. You need at least 2 people to form an official team for an A-rank job. Alaric doesn't skip a beat. He scans the room and grabs a guy who looks completely hammered, Barney. Fine, he's my partner, we're going. Lucia hesitates, but the guild master suddenly appears. He tells her to just let them go. He's got a weird feeling about Alaric and wants to see what happens. Alaric thanks the old man and heads out. A few hours later, Alara and Cedric's squad are heading south inside a luxury carriage. Cedric introduces Alara to Sir Valerius, their high-ranked heavy hitter. But the paladin isn't there to make friends or exchange pleasantries. He's cold as ice. Forget teamwork, he snaps. I don't cooperate. You lot just stay out of my way and mop up the weaklings while I handle the real threats. Cedric just smiles nervously, asking if the great Sir Valerius is worried about their safety. He promises they'll stay back and assist him however they can. The knight scoffs. He warns them that if they even think about slowing him down, he'll abandon them to the monsters without a single shred of mercy. Alara is starting to feel a bit sick. Why is this guy so incredibly toxic? She looks at her teammates and begins to seriously regret her choice. She realizes her perspective has shifted. After seeing Alaric drop enemies with a single strike, this arrogant, holy-tier guy just seems like a massive jerk. She wishes she'd just gone solo. She stares out the window, wondering if Alaric actually managed to find a team or if he's still back at the pub. Meanwhile, our protagonist is standing on the side of the road, wondering where the hell he's going to find a carriage on such short notice. Then, he gets a wicked idea. He decides he's just going to borrow something from Alara's estate. He calls out to Barney, the drunk guy who's still barely conscious. The next morning, as they finally hit the road, Barney starts to regain his senses. He blinks at Alaric, totally confused. Wait, did I actually agree to go to the crypts? Raven's Reach. Seriously. Alistair just points at the royal seal on the parchment, reminding Hugo that this isn't some amateur hour mission. But Hugo is losing it. He's clutching his head, begging them to turn the horses around right now before things get ugly. The King's Guard will handle this, he shouts. He's convinced they're heading straight for a shallow grave, and he's not ready to fill it. Look, Hugo isn't wrong. The crown is offering a mountain of gold, sure, but earning it, that's a different story. The undead are rising all across the border. At this point, Hugo thinks they're just being sent in as cannon fodder to buy the real knights sometime. But Silas, our guy, just grins. He tells the nervous wreck to shut up and stay behind him. He's got this. Rowan, the fire mage, is just watching this play out, wondering if Silas is actually a genius or just completely out of his mind. Hugo isn't convinced. He's looking at a low-tier pyromancer and a kid with basic sword skills, wondering how that equals anything but a disaster. He points toward the tree line. Alara and her squad are just ahead, and Hugo thinks joining them is their only shot at survival. Think about it, safety in numbers, and we still pocket 1,000 gold sovereigns. Honestly, he's desperate to save his own skin. Rowan agrees, suggesting they just kill a couple of ghouls to save face and then vanish. They've got a novice priest with them, after all. Suddenly, thunder. Hooves pounding against the dirt. A group of riders carrying blood-red banners appears over the horizon. Knights, Rowan's eyes go wide. Is that the Duke of Rosewood's crest, one of the most feared lords in all of Wessex? His influence is legendary, and judging by that fancy carriage, someone very high up in the Rosewood family is traveling today. One of the knights trots over, looking down his nose at them. He demands the fastest route to the ruins of Raven's Reach. Rowan plays it safe. He points toward the hill trail. It's quick, but tight, way too narrow for a carriage that size. But if they want to keep their wheels on the road, they'd have to head south, though that's where things get tricky. It's autumn, and that's Briarwolf season. Encountering a pack of those beasts would turn their fancy trip into a nightmare. The knight's face turns purple. Muddy paths, man-eating wolves. He's offended they'd even suggest such a thing for his lady. He thinks Rowan is wishing them ill health. Before he can draw his sword, Alistair steps up, ready to protect his teammate. He catches the knight's whip midair. The noble yells at him to let go unless he wants a one-way ticket to the dungeon. Bad move. Alistair just smirks. He grips that leather and pulls with the kind of strength that shouldn't be humanly possible. The knight is yanked clean off his saddle. Both man and horse go tumbling into the muck, and the knight hits the ground hard. Silas stands over him, looking bored. "Maybe work on your manners," he says. "We gave you directions. A thank you would have been nice." Face full of mud, pride shattered. The knight is absolutely fuming, his face twitching with pure, unadulterated rage. Hugo is practically vibrating with fear now. "Alistair, stop. These are the Rosewood men. You don't mess with them." The Duke is the law in Wessex. These knights act like little tyrants because, honestly, on this land they are. But Alistair, he couldn't care less. Duke of Rosewood, more like Duke of Rotten Turnips. He touches my friends, he pays. The knight scrambles to his feet, screaming that he's never been so humiliated since joining the Order of the Briar. He demands a duel, right here, right now. He wants to wash away the stain on his honor with their blood. Silas doesn't even blink. "A duel sounds like a party to me. Let's see what you've got, Tin Man." "Enough!" A woman's voice cuts through the air like ice. Lady Genevieve steps out, looking thoroughly unimpressed. She stares at her knight, asking if the order has fallen so low that they're picking fights with commoners on their knees. The knight tries to defend his honor, claiming he was insulted, but Genevieve just waves him off like a bothersome fly. "They're just peasants," she sighs. "They've never seen true nobility. You don't blame a dog for barking, do you?" Then she asks why they'd stop for two ants blocking their path. Ouch. Talk about a cold-blooded insult. Silas, ever the troublemaker, just shrugs. "Doesn't feel like a real apology," he mutters. "I mean, you didn't even show your chest." Rowan almost chokes. He's looking at Silas like he's grown a second head. "What is wrong with you?" The knight, Sir Gawain, lunges forward, but Genevieve stops him. "He's just a low-born copper, not worth the effort." She tells her men to move out. Time is money, and they've wasted enough on these nobodies. Alistair is visibly seething. But Silas, he just watches the carriage roll away with a mocking grin. He knows exactly who's going to have the last laugh. "So irritating," Silas mutters. "Hope I never see those snobs again." Meanwhile, in another carriage nearby, Lord Cedric is doing what he does best, bragging. He's talking about his massive family estate and how he used to get lost in it. "I've never even touched a gold coin," he says with a straight face. "Money is just so boring, don't you think?" He looks at Alara, waiting for her to agree. All she can think is that being poor has really limited her imagination. Arnold starts by looking back. He was heading to the city of Elgin, sent by his father to visit his uncle. But looking out that carriage window, everything felt different. See, 6 months ago, Lady Alice had arrived in the city. Her mission, slay a monstrous wild boar that was absolutely gutting the local farmlands. Seeing her, well, Arnold was hooked. He finally understood, you just can't outrun destiny. Back then, some stranger offered the heroine a deal, but she shut him down. Since then, Arnold joined the guild just to be near her, basically courting her, in his own words. Talk about dedicated. He's convinced God paved this path so they could witness the rise of Elgin's greatest swordsmen together. What a grand plan. Now he just needs one tiny favor from her to fall in love with him. But Alice, she's not having it at all. "Can't help you there," she snaps. Suddenly, the holy ranked adventurer, Claude, cuts in with a question of his own. He wants the truth. Who exactly is this legendary swordsman everyone keeps hyping up? He's heard the rumors and he's curious. Alice can tell this guy is hiding something big. I mean, how could he not know about the master of Elgin? Arnold jumps in to explain. The Redbeard brothers, famous holy ranked pirates that even the royal fleet couldn't touch. Absolute nightmares. Well, the master swordsman of Elgin ended them. Just like that. One single strike and it was game over for the pirates. Claude's reaction? Nothing special. Ouch. That comment sends a shockwave through both Alice and Arnold. The guy has some serious nerves. Claude doubles down, explaining that even among holy ranks, you've got elites, weaklings, and straight-up fakes. To him, those pirates, trash. He rants about how few real experts exist, and slams the royalty for being so incompetent that people cling to any nobody. Alice is just confused. Why is this guy talking like some ancient grandfather who's seen it all? It's honestly a bit weird. A nervous Arnold wonders aloud. If the master swordsman isn't a hero, then who in all of Britain actually counts as one? Claude asks if they've heard of the 4 heroes of the previous kingdom. Arnold starts stuttering, clearly rattled by the mention. While Alice is lost in the background, Claude starts dropping names. First up, 𝒕𝒓𝒐𝒏, the thief and dragon tamer, a legend. This guy allegedly assassinated 7 holy ranked imperial warriors in a single night. One night. Then there are the twin sword masters. Claude introduces Zoe and Joey, whose secret twin-blade style is whispered to be the deadliest force in the entire empire. Pure lethality. Don't forget the last warrior, Bernard the Stormbringer, described as a literal human war machine on any battlefield he ever touched. Claude's verdict: those 4 were the real deal. Everyone else, just a bunch of insignificant cowards playing dress-up in heavy armor. Alice clarifies the history. These weren't just warriors. They were the founding statesmen who built the previous kingdom from the ground up. Arnold is losing it. We're talking about the founders, he gasps. Those guys lived over 400 years ago, their ancient history. As they argue, the carriage finally grinds to a halt. The driver calls out, saying the horses are exhausted and need rest. Young Master Arnold, we've been at this a while, the driver shouts. Arnold agrees, suggesting they all hop out for air. Alice approaches Claude. She admits his stories of the 4 heroes sound epic, but there's one major problem: they're all dead. Comparing us to ghosts is pretty pointless, don't you think? She adds. Behind them, the holy ranked hero just stays silent, cold. Arnold bails from the carriage, calling out for Alice to wait up. He's clearly trying to stay in her good graces. Claude is left alone, arms crossed, staring into the distance. Her words clearly hit a nerve, and his mind starts racing. He thinks back to Merrill. Did he destroy the guild because he simply couldn't accept the reality of the mission? Deep. Meanwhile, Arnold tries to get romantic under the night sky. Look at those stars, he says, but Alice just points at clouds. He goes full cringe anyway. Know the difference between you and the stars. They're in the sky, but you're in my heart. Alice is visibly disgusted. Stop, she says, walking away to find Claude instead. Anything is better than those terrible pickup lines. A bit later, Alice is wandering the woods alone. Suddenly, she hears a voice, someone talking about trading souls to revive the kingdom. She creeps through the bushes, eyes wide with shock, but then whoosh, Claude is already moving to strike her down. His blade stops mere inches from her face. Oh, it's just you, Lady Alice, he says calmly. Thought you were a thief. He offers a half-hearted apology, asking why she's out here in the middle of nowhere so suddenly. Talk about a heart attack. Her heart is hammering against her ribs. She just mutters that it's time to head back, trying to hide her terror. Claude just shrugs and thanks her, but then he gives her this look. Did you hear anything just now? He asks. Nothing at all, she lies, asking if he'd said something. Claude brushes it off, saying they'll reach their destination by nightfall if lucky. Suspicious? Absolutely. Alice knows something is off and starts wondering what all this has to do with her father. Back at the carriage, the group is ambushed, not by enemies, but by more riders. A woman named Cecilia suddenly appears on horseback. Didn't expect to see you here, boy, Cecilia remarks. Arnold lights up. Lady Cecilia, what an unexpected surprise. He's genuinely shocked. The Royal Academy is finally on break, and Lady Beatrice is left wondering why on earth she's out here in the middle of nowhere instead of relaxing at home. But she's got a job to do. She's here to handle a massive crisis on behalf of her father, the Duke. Suddenly, Lord Arthur chimes in. What a coincidence. He's actually here for the exact same reason. And get this, he's brought some seriously high-ranked muscle along for the journey. He even mentions he's got a specialist who's literally saint tier. Beatrice is absolutely floored by that. A saint tier member in a party like his, it's almost impossible to believe. But before she can even wrap her head around it, Arthur's driver starts shouting at them to look. He's pointing frantically toward the side of the road, and the look on his face is pure terror. They look over and see it, a massive herd of emberhorn behemoths. These are vicious, mid-rank magical beasts that migrate south every autumn, and right now, they're looking like a stampede of pure fire. The entire herd is charging straight toward the noble carriages with zero signs of stopping. It's a total nightmare. Both Arthur and Beatrice are frozen in shock as the reality of the situation hits them. Their horses are the first to lose it, neighing in absolute terror as the ground begins to shake. One of the knights immediately starts barking orders to the men. Form up, protect the lady at all costs. He tells them to keep their distance with lances and use their swords for anything that gets too close. The priority is simple. Don't let those fire-breathing monsters get anywhere near Lady Beatrice. While the knights scramble, Arthur is in a total panic. He's looking around frantically, wondering where on earth Alara and Alistair disappeared to when the world is literally falling apart. Meanwhile, the Emberhorn herd isn't slowing down. They're demonstrating a terrifying display of magic as they close the gap. Seeing the danger, Beatrice steps up and activates her ultimate spell, Sacred Light Arbitration. The holy light erupts from her, acting like a massive surge of energy for every knight in her troop. Commander Kale screams out, telling the men that they cannot allow a single beast to lay a finger on the lady. Then, out of the blue, someone just walks into the middle of the knight formation. It's Alistair, the elite 𝒕𝒐𝒏 adventurer, finally stepping into the fray. One of the knights tries to yell at him to back off. They think they need to regroup to survive the attack, but Alistair just scoffs. With his level of power, he doesn't need to group up for warmth. He releases a lethal aura that practically chokes the air. He charges forward, and from a distance that shouldn't even be possible, he delivers a single, thunderous sword strike. Beatrice and her knights can only stand there, waiting to see what happens next. The impact is absolutely insane. It creates a literal tornado of steel that shreds everything in its path, annihilating every single Emberhorn instantly. Even Alara, watching from the sidelines, is completely awestruck. Arthur, looking smug, introduces him to the group. "This is Mr. Alistair," he says, "my teammate for this journey and a genuine 𝒕𝒐𝒏 expert." Beatrice is seriously impressed and a little suspicious. She pulls him aside, asking how he managed to convince an elite like that to follow him, and more importantly, what kind of deal they made. Arthur casually mentions it cost him 200,000 sovereign gold coins. Beatrice doesn't even hesitate. She doubles the offer on the spot. She tells Alistair she'll pay him twice what the landlord's fool of a son gave him if he'll just join her party instead. But Alistair doesn't even have to think about it. He just gives her a flat no. No hesitation, no negotiation. Beatrice is fuming. What is wrong with this guy? She starts sensing a strange, faint, malefic energy around him. She decides right then that purging this darkness is a challenge worthy of her skills. She tells herself she'll handle him personally to prove her worth to her father. Following her lead, Alistair just nods and says they're leaving right now. Cut to the northern outpost. A bearded commander is raising a glass, thanking fate for bringing them all together for this mission. He thanks everyone for stepping up and announces a massive feast for the night. "Tomorrow, we deal with those damn skeletons once and for all," he roars. Iron is right there in the middle of the celebration, but the saint-tier adventurer tells them to have fun without him while he goes to rest. Back with the main group, Alara is feeling uneasy. She asks if 𝒒𝒆𝒅 might actually be a dangerous criminal, noting how risky it is to partner with someone that mysterious. The Adventurers Guild is notoriously lenient, after all. As long as you pass the test, they don't care about your past, which means the guild is full of people with dark secrets. Compared to them, even Cedric's little stunts seem pretty mild. Suddenly, Arthur pops up right beside her. "Splendid night, isn't it? And here we are all alone together." Alara shuts him down before he can even finish. "We haven't gathered any intel yet, Arthur. Focus." She makes it clear they're here to hunt monsters, not go on a romantic getaway. Arthur just slumps over, looking totally disappointed. "What a shame," he mumbles, wishing 𝒒𝒏𝒈𝒆𝒅, the intelligence expert, was there. Despite being incredibly annoying, 𝒒𝒏𝒈𝒆𝒅 knows his stuff. Just then, Alara spots Cedric and nearly jumps out of her skin. She asks him how on earth he got there when they left so long after him. Arthur, being himself, asks if this is the rival who stole Lady Elizabeth's innocence. Alara immediately grabs Arthur's face, telling him to shut up. "Nothing like that happened. Don't say such crazy things." With his notorious reputation as a charmer, Cedric just says the village life was a fad and he's moved on. He asks if they'd like to join him, and Alara decides to step up as the idol of middle-aged women. She marches toward the table and commands the room. She crosses her arms and tells everyone to clear out because they have business to discuss. The local girls are already gossiping about the heroine arriving. Cedric just smiles and asks if she only just made it. Alara explains they hit a few setbacks on the road that delayed them, then asks how he managed to beat them there. He just laughs and credits it all to 𝒒𝒏𝒈𝒆𝒅, calling him a living map. He bets she never expected them to take a secret shortcut. On a donkey. Alara is so mad she starts throwing punches. "You absolute bastard." Cedric just keeps laughing. He mentions that with a little persuasion from behind, a donkey can actually outrun a horse. Suddenly, a new figure steps up, catching Malphaz's attention, and Arthur is standing there with tissues stuffed in his nose. It's a real shame. He can't help but think how much easier this would be if Barnaby, their lead scout, was actually on the scene. Barnaby is a total pain, but the man knows everything. Suddenly, Lady Alice spots Lord 𝒒𝒆𝒅 and nearly trips over her own feet, demanding to know how they got here first. They were supposed to be miles behind. Sir Cedric chimes in, asking if this is the same rogue who ruined Lady Elizabeth's reputation. Alice grabs Cedric's face, panicked. She shuts him down fast. Nothing like that happened. She tells him to watch his mouth, considering his own notorious history with every woman in the duchy. 𝒒𝒆𝒅 just brushes it off, calling the village a temporary distraction from his own illustrious history, before asking if they'd like to join his table. Alice sighs, calling him the absolute idol of every middle-aged noblewoman in the realm. She marches over, demanding everyone's attention immediately. She doesn't hold back. Crossing her arms, she orders the crowd to clear out. They have kingdom business to discuss, and they need the room right now. The local girls start gossiping about our heroine, while 𝒒𝒆𝒅 just looks up, casually asking if she only just arrived in town. Alice explains they hit some massive setbacks on the road that slowed them down. Then she demands to know his secret. How did he beat them? He just smiles. It's all thanks to Barnaby, who's basically a living map, and he bets she never guessed they'd take a shortcut on a common donkey. Frustrated, she starts swinging, calling him a complete bastard. 𝒒𝒆𝒅 just laughs, saying with a little persuasion from behind, a donkey runs faster than a thoroughbred. Then everything shifts. A new figure steps up, catching Lord Malphaz's eye, and there's Sir Cedric, standing there with tissues stuffed up his nose. Arnold admits Merlin has guts, but when it comes to Lady Alice, he declares he's never losing to a rival. Merlin just stares, wondering why Arnold's nose looks so trashed. Arnold grins, calling it a mark of love. Apparently, that bruise is a tribute to Alice. He even makes a heart with his hands, making the blonde hero wonder if the guy has a brain deficiency. Alice chimes in, calling Merlin slow for only noticing Arnold's weirdness now. Merlin fires back instantly. He clarifies that only someone with a screw loose would actually like a girl like her. Big mistake. Alice is fuming. She warns him. One more word and she's knocking him out. Distance or power levels be damned. Arnold watches from the side, respecting Merlin's manhood for showing up, but he thinks the game is over since Lord Claude is here. The local crowd starts whispering, loving the drama of two rivals fighting over a woman. They call it youthful energy. Alice shifts gears, approaching Arnold with a fake sweet smile. She tells the noble she needs to hunt for intel and needs his help. Her help basically involves him going away to take a nap. And of course, being a total simp, he falls for it. Arnold's over the moon, thinking she's worried about him being tired. He's more in love than ever. Then a drunk guy ruins the vibe. He claims Arnold has unique taste because Alice is flat-chested. Alice doesn't even hesitate. She buries a fist into the man's gut. You want to live or die. Transitioning back to business, she demands to know everything he has on the tomb of 𝒕𝒓𝒐𝒏𝒈𝒆𝒅. The man talks once money is involved. Alice collects the tea and pieces together a pretty grim picture. The target is a 3-layered underground labyrinth to the north, the tomb of a prime minister from the Old Kingdom. Turns out this PM was a necromancer. All these skeletons, he's the one pulling the strings from the grave. The standing army is struggling against the tide of undead, waiting for reinforcements from the capital that might never come. It's a mess. Merlin listens, his mind wandering back to the history of that fallen kingdom. Meanwhile, in a private tent, the sane-tranked adventurer, Claude, is supposed to be meditating, but he's acting twitchy. He looks dead serious, muttering something ominous about the revival of the Old Kingdom. Night falls. Everyone is passed out in their tents, but the Saint-class knight isn't resting. He's on the move. He sneaks toward a barn. Alice, being the suspicious heroine she is, follows him. She knew something was off. A redhead friend is also awake for a bathroom break and spots Alice slipping into the barn. He's a bit buzzed, wondering if he's hallucinating. He watches her disappear into the shadows, trembling. Claude isn't stopping at the barn, though. He's climbing higher into the mountain, hidden by the brush. Alice stalks him from the bushes, wondering if the guy is insane for trying to solve this crisis alone. That's when she sees it, the hidden entrance to the underground labyrinth. It's go time. Fast forward to the next morning. Arnold walks into a tent, and his heart literally stops in shock. He sees a figure snoring right next to Alice's spot. He's crying, praying she was forced into this. He rips the blanket off, expecting a scandal, but it's just Merlin, hugging a giant body pillow. Arnold realizes he's an idiot. Merlin wakes up, looking ready to kill. Do that again, and I'm sending you to hell. Merlin explains he's basically the same as a blanket anyway, so leave him alone. But then, the real panic hits. Alice is gone, she's nowhere in the camp, and guess who else is missing? Lord Claude. Arnold loses it, convinced Claude kidnapped her and made a run for it. The redhead sidekick scratches his head and mentions he saw her heading toward the tomb for that reward money. Merlin's eyes narrow. How dare she break the rules and go behind his back for a payout? He's not letting her get away with it. The redhead tries to talk him out of it, but Merlin is smiling. I'm going to that tomb too, he says. The sidekick warns him that an iron rank like him is just suicide bait. Merlin doesn't care about the ranking. He can't use undead to extend his life, so he needs that high-tier reward. Arnold sees this and thinks Merlin is finally getting serious about winning Alice's heart. He's hyped. As Merlin's rival, he decides he needs to step up his game too. The hunt is on. Feeding his pride, the Shadow King claims money isn't his goal. He explains that since the enemies are undead, he can't use them to extend his life, so he needs a massive reward instead. Cedric watches them, convinced that Alaric is finally getting serious about winning Lady Alice's heart. Meanwhile, deep within the second floor of the Shadow Tombs, our Grandmaster Knight, 𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒅, is making his way through the darkness. As he scouts the corridors, waiting for Lady Alara, he realizes just how twisted this place is. Without a guide, he'd be wandering in circles forever. He's only made it this far because of Alistair's lead, but something feels off. Why does the knight know these tunnels so well? It's suspicious. Has 𝒕𝒓𝒅 been here before? Does he have a secret map of these tombs? Or maybe a hidden tie to the royal chancellor of the fallen kingdom? But wait, there's more. Looking at the walls, 𝒕𝒓𝒅 spots something that makes his blood run cold. Signs of a recent struggle. Fresh battle scars. Someone was just here, and right on cue, something heavy starts moving toward him from the shadows. Two skeletal guardians standing watch over a massive gate. They lunge, but 𝒕𝒓𝒅 is ready. He grips his blade tight, knuckles white. He doesn't hesitate. In one smooth, lightning-fast motion, he brings his sword down in a devastating vertical strike. The blade hums with raw magical energy. Boom! Within seconds, those skeletons are nothing but dust. No contest, honestly. Dusting himself off, the Grandmaster approaches the gate, marked with the crest of the rising sun. He shoves it open with a single hand. Inside, a massive, hollow hall, totally silent. Meanwhile, Lady Alara is still hiding in the wings, watching his every move. Right there at the end of the hall sits a skeleton on a throne, looking every bit like a dead king. 𝒕𝒓𝒅 just sighs. Long time no see. The skeleton tilts its head, confused. It demands to know who this intruder is and why he's disturbing its eternal slumber. 𝒕𝒓𝒅 looks him in the eye. "Lord Cedric," he says, "it's been 400 years. The skeleton, not amused, he's getting angry now. "Who are you?" the dead king roars. To show he's not there for a fight, at least not yet, 𝒕𝒓𝒅 just stabs his sword into the dirt. "Remember the Empire's storm warrior?" he asks. Cedric freezes. "You've grown old," the skeleton mutters, clearly shocked. "Bernald?" the king asks, unable to believe his eyes. He thought the man died centuries ago, but 𝒕𝒓𝒅 has a dark explanation. He explains that the prince used forbidden necromancy to bring the 4 heroes back as the walking dead. Then, Cedric asks about the prince. "Didn't the prince die?" "Nope." 𝒕𝒓𝒅 explains he got lucky and escaped right as the old kingdom of 𝒕𝒏𝒈 fell into ruin. Since then, he's been using dark magic and elven blood to keep them tethered to this world. A twisted way to see the light again. Cedric cuts to the chase. "What are you doing here?" 𝒕𝒓𝒅 points a finger. He's got a plan, and it's a big one. They need a massive power surge to unlock and revive the old kingdom. And for that, Cedric needs to hand over his key, right now. The realization hits the undead king. This was just a heist. He's furious. If they'd just made a deal with the archdemon back then, maybe 𝒕𝒏𝒈 wouldn't have been wiped off the map. But then again, you can't exactly trust the inhabitants of hell, can you? "Why are you still following this path, 𝒕𝒓𝒅?" Cedric asks. But 𝒕𝒓𝒅 isn't backing down. He argues there's no need for more sacrifice. "We're old friends," 𝒕𝒓𝒅 says. "Let's not do this, just give me the key." He's trying to be reasonable, but the air is getting heavy. Cedric refuses, and holy hell, the dark mana exploding from him is insane. 𝒕𝒓𝒅 matches it with his own. "Sorry for being rude," he sighs. Cedric is disgusted. "A true warrior's honor is to die on the battlefield," he shouts. He thinks 𝒕𝒓𝒅 has forgotten everything he once stood for. But 𝒕𝒓𝒅 doesn't care about old words. Not anymore. He's got one goal, and he's willing to do whatever it takes to reach it. "Reviving the kingdom is everything," he growls. He draws his longsword, the blade gleaming. This is it, the calm before the storm. 2 legendary undead powerhouses, clashing head-on. The ground shakes as they trade blows. It's an absolute masterclass in violence. Lady Alara stays hidden, breath hitched as she watches the carnage. Meanwhile, back on the first floor of the tombs, Julian is wandering around, looking pretty stressed out. Something just feels wrong. He stops, looking at the endless corridors. Hands on his hips, he sighs. "I'm lost, aren't I? This is bad. If someone grabs the loot before him, this whole trip was a waste." But then he remembers what Sir Harold said. This place has layers, multiple floors. He looks down at the stone beneath his feet. An idea starts to form. A crazy, impossible idea. But to catch up with Lady Alara, he's out of options. He's gotta go big. He raises his fist. One punch. That's all it takes. Boom. The impact is like a bomb going off, rattling the entire floor. Downstairs, the skeletons don't even have time to look up before they're vaporized. The force of the blow is just unreal. He didn't just make a hole, he punched a crater through several floors at once. He just laughs. Well, that's one way to travel fast. On the second floor, Lady Beatrice is busy blasting monsters. "Holy light, purge this evil," she cries, her magic flooding the room. The light is blinding. The skeletons are staggered, and Sir Gawain immediately orders the men to charge. But he's sweating bullets. Why didn't anyone warn them about how strong these things were? He's starting to panic. If one thing goes wrong, they're all dead meat. His men are exhausted and on edge. Beatrice is frustrated too. All she wants is her father's pride, but why does it have to be this hard? Sir Gawain starts trying to coordinate a plan, but the king just tells him to shut it. He already said they could leave if they wanted. The king is over it. Hesitantly, the knight agrees. He's heading back, following the path they came in on, retreating while he still can. Deep in that ancient maze, they were running out of time. Lady Cecilia shouted for them to keep moving, her voice echoing through the damp stone corridors as they searched for a way out. She was the one holding the map in her mind, weaving the magical structure of the labyrinth as they ran. "Trust me," she cried, desperate for them to believe they could actually make it. But secretly, she was terrified. Her sacred light could keep the shadows back, but her mana was bottoming out fast. She whispered a frantic prayer to the goddess of dawn, begging for protection. Then she saw it, a jagged crack in the masonry. But as she leaned in to look closer, the air turned ice gold. Suddenly, a skeletal hand erupted from the debris. Bony fingers gripped her skirt, and the noble lady was so terrified she let her weapon slip right out of her hands. The light flickered and died. Total darkness. One of the knights screamed that the monsters were swarming, his voice cracking as the shadows began to move. Cecilia collapsed, paralyzed. The skeleton crawled closer, and she could only sob, begging for someone, anyone, to save her from the nightmare. The undead creature raised its rusted blade, ready to end it all. Then, thwack! A spear whistled through the air, pinning the monster to the earth. It was her knight, Sir 𝒒∗ He didn't even look back at her, just gripped his weapon and asked if she was hurt, his eyes fixed on the darkness ahead. "I'm fine," she whispered, her hands shaking as she scrambled to find her fallen staff in the dust. Where is the rest of the team?" But 𝒒∗ didn't answer. He just told her to stay back. She looked up and her heart nearly stopped. Standing there was a titan, a three-headed skeletal monster with a dozen arms, each one clutching a jagged sword. It was absolutely revolting. Without a single sound, the titan lunged. 𝒒∗ threw himself in front of her, taking the brunt of the impact with nothing but a single spear. He was forced to his knees, his armor groaning under the pressure. "My lady, run," he gasped, his voice trembling from the strain. "Leave this to me." Cecilia looked past him and saw pure carnage. Her other guards were being torn apart as a literal sea of bone soldiers flooded the chamber. She sank to the floor, her mind spinning. Why was this happening? Her brave men were being slaughtered like sheep, and there was nothing she could do. In that moment of pure shock, her life flashed before her eyes. She remembered the cold halls of her childhood home. She could still hear her father's voice, cold as ice, telling her that the world only had room for the strong. To him, the weak were just trash. "And you," he had sneered, "are the weakest child I have ever sired." Little Cecilia had just stood there, trembling and broken. Even in the garden, there was no escape. The other noble girls would push her into the dirt, laughing at how useless and pathetic she was. "You're the eldest," they'd mock. "What a joke, you don't deserve that name." They'd walk away, leaving her crying in the shadows. But then a hand reached out. It was a young boy 𝒒∗. He didn't care about her rank, he just asked if she was okay. He was just a low-born squire then, but he helped her up with more grace than any high-born lord. That was the day everything changed. Years later, she saw him again on the training grounds. 𝒒∗ was being brutalized, a drill instructor's fist slamming into his face over and over. The man was shouting about unfinished drills and weakness. Cecilia couldn't just watch. She ran forward, crying out for the instructor to stop his cruelty. Time moved forward again. 𝒕𝒓𝒅 had grown into a powerful man, and one evening he knelt before her in the moonlight. He asked to be her sworn knight, vowing on his very soul to be her shield until his heart stopped beating. Cecilia was stunned. She tried to hide her blush, but a small, genuine smile finally broke through her noble mask. She took his sword and accepted his vow. Deep down, she felt they were just two lonely, pathetic souls finding warmth in each other's presence. It was a survival pact, two outcasts against a world that didn't want them. She remembered watching him train in the freezing winter, swinging a wooden sword until his hands bled. "Why do you push yourself so hard?" she had asked, worried he'd break. "You're already the best we have." He just looked at her with such intensity. "Because it's the only way I can keep you safe," he said. Cecilia didn't know what to say, she just felt seen. Her father had eventually decided to recycle her, arranging a marriage to a lord in a distant kingdom just to get her out of his sight. She felt like garbage being thrown away, wondering how 𝒕𝒓𝒅 could possibly protect her from a fate her own family had sealed. Now, back in the nightmare of the labyrinth, 𝒕𝒓𝒅 was still fighting that three-headed titan, his movements a blur of desperate motion. "Go, run now," he roared, but Cecilia stepped forward. She wasn't that scared little girl anymore. "No, we survive this together or not at all." She knew he was trying to be the hero, but she wouldn't let him die for some outdated sense of chivalry. 𝒕𝒓𝒅 looked back, his eyes full of pain. "Please, just live," he whispered. He didn't care about his own life, only hers. Cecilia called him a complete idiot. Chivalry didn't matter when you were about to be eaten by a giant skeleton. But 𝒕𝒓𝒅 just laughed. He shouted that it was his greatest honor to fight to the very end for the woman he loved, and then, boom, he leveled a group of skeletons. The titan let out a bone-chilling screech, its three heads snapping toward 𝒕𝒓𝒅 in pure rage. This was it, the final showdown. 𝒕𝒓𝒅 charged. He was like a whirlwind, his spear deflecting a dozen sword strikes at once as he closed the gap. With one massive thrust, he drove his spear through the titan's central skull, shattering it into a million white fragments. He looked back at Cecilia and smiled, thinking it was over. But then, the two remaining heads stopped moving. They leaned toward each other, their empty sockets glowing with a terrifying, twisted grin. The knight's spear clatters to the dirt. Suddenly, he's coughing up a lung, just pure dark blood. Lady Cecilia is frozen in terror. She's watching her champion get absolutely wrecked by that skeletal monstrosity. She screams for Sir Kay. It's a bloodbath. The giant skeleton just tosses his broken body aside like trash. The knight hits the cold ground hard. Desperate, Cecilia rushes to him, cradling her hero in her arms. "Wake up, please." She's sobbing, reminding him of his oath to stay by her side and protect her. But someone's coming. That three-armed skeleton. It's looming over them, ready to end the girl too. Cecilia realizes, this is it, the end of the line. She closes her eyes, weeping as she waits. She whispers that it's fine. Her life was bitter and empty anyway. Finally, it can all just end. Then, a sound from above. Boom. A massive wave of energy levels everything in sight. Every skeleton, dust. Cecilia opens her eyes, trembling, and looks through the settling fog and debris. Enter Alaric. He's rubbing his neck, complaining about his old bones after throwing a real punch. He's literally wondering if he's got back pain. Seriously, right now, in the middle of this. Cecilia is stunned. Is that the iron-ranked adventurer from yesterday? Why on earth is he even here? Alaric looks over. Well, look at this coincidence. He's actually smiling at her while she's down. He mocks her, the great eldest daughter of House Rose, looking like a total, devastating wreck. He explains they've been in the second layer for ages, getting swamped by these high-level undead. He asks why a priestess like her would even come here. Cecilia whispers it was for her father. Alaric just bursts out laughing, like full-on mockery. Cecilia is genuinely hurt and confused. He puts a hand to his face. Proving yourself. To him, it's the most ridiculous thing he's heard. He tells her straight, she's a fool. Her men died for a stupid, selfish reason. In my world, a leader like you is just incompetent. The monster didn't even have to try. Cecilia breaks. She falls to her knees, admitting it's all her fault. Everyone is dead. Even 𝒔𝒐𝒏, the man who worked so hard, gone because of her ego. Alaric just stares. Hard work, to him that's just the bare minimum, and here it's useless. He's got zero interest in saving a noble like her. He's got way more important stuff to do. Crash, the three-armed beast is back, down to one head but still deadly. It lunges forward. It swings for Alaric's head. Cecilia screams for him to watch out and be careful. But Alaric, he's just scratching his head, wondering why Trash keeps trying to provoke him. In a flash, he grabs his sword, still in its sheath. One strike, the monster just disintegrates. Total annihilation. He smiles, calling it trash. How can something that died once try to fight him? Undead are so annoying, he sighs. No matter how many he kills, they don't add years to his life. Cecilia's jaw is on the floor. How can an iron rancor be this powerful? It makes no sense. But she looks at 𝒔𝒐𝒏. If she doesn't swallow her pride, they both die right here. She crawls over, begging him, "Please, I'm asking you, rescue us." Alaric gets smug. "And why should I?" Cecilia stammers about a reward, anything he wants. Now Alaric is listening. Wealthy noble, right? He starts doing the math for a massive payout. 500 gold. Seems fair. He tells her there better be a reward for his trouble. Cecilia is confused. She thinks, someone this strong doesn't care about mere money. If he's sticking to iron rank, he's clearly not after fame. So what does he really want? She looks at the dying 𝒔𝒐𝒏. She makes a choice, a desperate, heavy choice. Kay was willing to die for her. She can't hesitate now. She has to pay the price. She starts trembling and begins to undress. She says she'll please him as his reward. Alaric is pissed. "I don't want that. I wanted 5,000 gold coins." But she's got nothing but herself. Alaric draws his sword, absolutely losing his mind. "You're so annoying. Even a washboard would be better." Cecilia is terrified. What's he doing? A sudden gale sweeps toward the noblewoman. The ground beneath her and Sir Julian is ripped away, leaving them stranded on a high pillar far from the chaos. Alaric just stands there with a cocky grin. He tells them the undead can't climb that high, so they're safe, for now. Lady Alina is not impressed. That wasn't exactly the rescue mission she had in mind. She wanted him to actually get them out of there, not just park them on a rock. But Alaric isn't having it. He says he's being generous enough, and honestly, he's pretty busy right now. Then he casually tosses something toward the blonde noble. "This belonged to you," he asks. It's her magic staff, the key to her mage powers. Alaric gives her a strange, knowing smile, noting that her knight is still breathing and asking if she finally knows what she needs to do. Alina looks down, her eyes full of fire. She doesn't care about anything else. She just can't lose Julian. She looks over the edge and sees a sea of skeletons staring back at her. Terrified, she begs the hero to get them out since the undead are everywhere. But Alaric just tells her to relax. He'll be back to keep his word. No need to stress. Walking deeper into the vault of shadows, he realizes there's only one level left to clear. He's hoping Beatrice is currently getting her head kicked in so she can't ruin his plans. After all, those 5,000 gold coins are calling his name. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the catacombs. Beatrice, hiding in the shadows, watches Lord Cedric and realizes the legends were true. The heroes of the old kingdoms really were in a league of their own. Cedric is currently locked in a brutal dance of death with a high-ranking undead knight. Beatrice is frozen. She thought Cedric was just another high-profile target, but this is way more complicated than she signed up for. She needs to get back to the Grandmaster and report this immediately. It's definitely time to pull the plug and get out. Down in the pit, the battle is heating up. The skeleton, Malachor, mocks Cedric, asking if his old age has finally made his movements slow and pathetic. But Cedric, a sane-tranked warrior of the realm, isn't backing down. He grips his blade tighter, refusing to let some bag of bones talk down to him. He tells the monster its arrogance has lasted far too long. With a lethal spin of his greatsword, he readies a killing blow. He charges forward. unleashing a flurry of strikes that look powerful enough to shatter mountains. But 𝒔𝒆𝒅 just laughs. "You fool," he hisses. He calls upon his secret weapon, the Bone King itself. Cedric freezes. The sheer pressure is insane. 𝒔𝒆𝒅 laughs, telling him there's no dodging what's coming next. A massive skeletal hand sweeps toward the knight and slams into him with the force of a falling star. The impact obliterates the ground, sending shockwaves through the entire floor. Then, a colossal skeletal head rises from the dust. This thing is a monster, at least 4 times the size of its creator. 𝒔𝒆𝒅 sneers at the weakened knight, asking if he still thinks he can win. He tells Cedric his strength is 400 years out of date. There's 0 chance of victory. But Cedric isn't finished. He stabs his sword into the earth and points a finger at the monster. "One strike," he growls. "That's all I need." He challenges the beast again, swearing he'll crush its skull and snuff out its soul with his ultimate secret art. 𝒔𝒆𝒅 is bored of the talk. He tells him to shut up and prove it, if he's actually strong enough to survive the Bone King. Cedric's aura explodes, turning into a visible storm of energy. He tells 𝒔𝒆𝒅 he won't even be able to lay a finger on him. He unleashes his secret art, Storm Mode. Beatrice can't believe her eyes. This doesn't feel like human power at all. It feels like the raw fury of a sane-tranked magical beast. With all that momentum, Cedric leaps straight for the giant skeleton's head. Suddenly, boom, the ceiling caves in. The whole fight is interrupted by a massive explosion from above. A man falls right through the rubble. 𝒔𝒆𝒅 stops, completely confused, wondering who the hell just crashed his party. It's Alaric, arriving in grand style, of course. He looks at Cedric and asks if Beatrice didn't come along with him. Cedric is baffled. How did an iron-ranked nobody get past the upper levels? Meanwhile, Beatrice is panicking, wondering why Alaric is being so reckless. But there's a bigger problem. Cedric realizes he has to kill everyone here to keep the secret of the kingdom's revival safe. 𝒔𝒆𝒅 looks at Alaric, disgusted. He asks how someone so irrelevant dares to disturb the place of eternal rest. He orders his minions to turn the boy into dust, but then, something happens that no one expected. Alaric's shield holds. It's a massive wall of power that leaves everyone in shock. They realize magic can't even get close to him. This kid is way more dangerous than he looks. Beatrice pales. She remembers how the Holy Church suffered because of this exact type of power. Alaric just looks puzzled. He asks the skeleton why it attacked him when he was just standing there, minding his own business. The answer doesn't matter. 𝒔𝒆𝒅 is just 5,000 gold coins on legs to him. Furious, the Bone King charges. Alaric doesn't even flinch. He just smirks as a massive fist flies toward his face. Cedric assumes the kid is a goner. If even he can't tank a punch from the Bone King, what chance does a rookie have? But Alaric just stands his ground. And what happens next? Well, let's just say nobody saw it coming. Alice watches Merlin block the Skeleton King's massive fist with 0 effort. She's stunned. Is his physical defense even more insane than his actual strength? The 2 dark cultists are losing their minds. They can't wrap their heads around this. Yuan shouts that it's impossible. No human should withstand that hammer. But Merlin, he's just bored. He mockingly tells them their summon is kind of cute before casually snapping the Skeleton King's arm with one hand. Yuan is paralyzed with fear after what he just witnessed. Finally, Alistair steps forward, cold as ice, telling that useless pile of bones to head back to hell. He draws his blade from its sheath and puts his full strength into one massive swing, splitting the giant skeleton right down the middle. The undead monster's last words are just calling him a freak. Alice was worried, but she didn't expect a one-shot kill. Again. Talk about dramatic. He sheathes his sword with that classic, legendary hero flair. Watching this, Sir Claude realizes something terrifying. Probably none of the original 4 paladins even come close to this intimidating figure. He thinks to himself that having someone this powerful working for the crown would be the ultimate benefit for his majesty. Our protagonist is feeling pretty good about that 5,000 gold reward, but he still wants to loot the old skeleton for anything valuable. And there it is. Merlin finds a strange key on the ground and snatches it up before the knight can even move. Sir Claude is panicking. That key is the absolute foundation for the kingdom's rebirth. It cannot fall into the wrong hands. He calls out to Merlin, demanding the key. But our brazen hero asks why on earth he'd just give his hard-earned trophy to some random knight. Then comes the shocker. Sir Claude offers to buy it for 200,000 gold coins. Merlin can't believe it's worth that much. In his head, he's already betting it all on the fastest horses in the realm. He's about to accept the deal. But Lady Alice cuts him off. She warns him that he can't hand it over because this knight isn't actually a living person. She drops the bomb. He's one of the 4 paladins who died centuries ago. Merlin's like, "Wait, so he's a zombie," and she confirms it. These guys were the ancient guardians, brought back by dark magic to restore the old kingdom at any cost. Lady Cecilia explains that Sir Claude came specifically for this key. There must be a massive, dangerous secret hidden within it. She urges Merlin to hold on to it. Merlin, of course, hears massive secret and translates that to huge pile of treasure to pay his debts. Sir Claude realizes negotiations are over. To ensure his plan succeeds, he decides both of them must die right now. He draws his weapon and lunges straight for Alice's throat. Luckily, Merlin steps in and blocks the strike, preventing a total disaster. The knight is stunned by his reflexes. Merlin just sighs, apologizing to Alice for the close call. Why? Because they split the rent, and if she dies, his monthly bill just doubled. Claude tries one last bribe. He says if they hand over the key, he'll act as if nothing happened, and they can go their separate ways. But our hero isn't buying it. He's not a fool. This key clearly unlocks a fortune. Besides, since Claude attacked them first, the gloves are coming off. The undead knight realizes talk is useless. Suddenly, Alice lunges forward, driving her sword straight through his midsection. As he falls backward, Alice confirms it. Her holy sword worked perfectly because he's definitely an undead monster. But Alistair is actually pissed. He starts scolding her, asking what the hell she's doing. She wasn't supposed to interfere. Alice is confused. He's the enemy, and if they attack together, they win. But Alistair has this weird code of honor. He tells her he doesn't care about the odds, but he will not join forces with anyone else. She must stay back. She really doesn't get this guy. Is he seriously trying to play fair with a zombie? Alistair faces the knight, admitting that 2 versus 1 isn't fair. In a one-on-one, he would sincerely admit defeat if he lost. Claude thinks this honor talk is pure garbage. He just sees an opening to win if he finishes them one by one. Risking everything, Claude rips off his helmet to show his face. It's a nightmare. Half his face is completely rotted and disfigured. He boasts that if anyone asks who the strongest paladin was, it's him. No question. Merlin just stares at him, asking why he's clinging to some ancient, dusty reputation. Is it really meaningful to surrender to past glories? That strikes a nerve. Claude snaps, claiming there's no way some brat with a few moves can take down a true saint-rank warrior. Alistair just sighs. He tells Claude he won't even have enough time to regret his choices after this. Not everyone is as lucky as Alice. Alice immediately fires back. Lucky? I'm the unluckiest person alive for being stuck with you. And then the battle begins. The zombie knight triggers his storm mode, and the air pressure turns heavy enough to crush a normal man. It's clear Claude knows Merlin isn't a joke anymore. He's going all out. Our hero only laughs confidently. Claude screams a battle cry in the name of the 4 paladins, charging forward and swearing to take Merlin's head. But as he looks at the knight, he just freezes. Merlin asks if he's scared to finish the job. Claude's sharpened senses finally see the truth. This man is way beyond the saint rank. The undead knight finally trembles, admitting his fear. Finally, a reason to smile. The fallen commander is thrilled because he's finally found someone worth going all out against. He looks at our boy Alistair and says he'll truly understand his pain now. But Alistair, he flips the script. He calmly admits he knows exactly how lonely it is at the top, being totally unbeatable. And sure, finding a real rival is great, but honestly, A guy like Sir Cedric just isn't the kind of opponent that brings him any real joy. Talk about a burn. The knight gets even more fired up, daring Alestair to prove he's actually the legendary warrior he claims to be. Alestair just sighs. Honestly, he's embarrassed. To him, being called worthy by someone like this feels more like a sad insult than a compliment. The Hollow Knight isn't backing down, though. He vows to fight with everything he's got so he can die without regrets, then tells Alestair to shut up and just fight. And he's not kidding. Fueled by pure frustration, he unleashes his full power, and this massive, terrifying red aura starts erupting from his body like a volcano. Lady Alina's jaw drops. She recognizes this immediately. It's a forbidden technique called the Martyr's Sacrifice, where you trade your very life for 100 times your normal strength. Her old master told her this dark art had been wiped from the history books centuries ago, so seeing it right now, absolutely mind-blowing. But Alestair, he just crosses his arms, looking more curious than scared. Interesting, he mutters, as the red energy begins to swallow the entire room. The pressure is unreal. Alina is visibly shaking, sweat literally dripping down her face because the sheer tension in the air is suffocating. Our hero doesn't blink. He just watches as his opponent suddenly vanishes, gone in the blink of an eye. Talk about insane speed. But Alestair's instincts are sharper. He glances to the side and clang. He catches the surprise attack on his blade just in time. The knight, who's a Grandmaster rank fighter, by the way, immediately chains into another move, but Alestair is right there with him, matching his every beat. Alestair goes for a heavy kick, but the knight is fast, dodging and swinging his sword in a counterstrike that absolutely shatters the ground beneath them. Stone and dust fly everywhere, but the knight realizes he missed. Alestair isn't there. He's already moved, slipping away like a ghost. Another massive strike hammers down, crushing the stone into powder. Again, Alestair just dances away, putting some distance between them. He's focused now. He grips his hilt, ready to finally draw his steel, but the knight is on him instantly, trying to shut him down before he can even start. Up close and personal, the commander swings a brutal, horizontal slash meant to end it all. Alestair, he doesn't even flinch. The impact is so violent it creates a literal shockwave. Alina has to shield her eyes just to keep from being blown away by the wind and debris. She's squinting through the dust, heart pounding, wondering if Alestair actually survived that. All she can see is a thick, swirling cloud of smoke. The knight is convinced it's over. Impossible, he gasps, but then Alestair's voice rings out. Turned out the thing he just hit was nothing but a lingering afterimage. Alestair keeps it real. The knight is fast, sure, but Alestair's sword? That's on a whole different level of speed. The commander's eyes go wide at that. It hits him like a ton of bricks. He remembers a legend he heard once and starts laughing at himself. Turns out he's just an old man who didn't recognize greatness. He hits the dirt, completely defeated. I should have known, he mutters. Only the sovereign of pride, Lord Alestair himself, could move like that. Alestair looks legit annoyed by the name drop. He claims he's just a famous, reclusive noble who hates leaving his mansion, so there's no way people should know him. He's basically a high society hermit who spends all his time hiding from the world, so he's genuinely confused why he's being recognized at all. For context, a hermit is someone who stays isolated forever just to avoid dealing with people. Yeah, that's our hero in a nutshell. Smiling, Alestair figures it's just a big misunderstanding. Then he turns to Alina, who's standing there completely stunned from everything she just saw. He walks over and snaps his fingers in her face to wake her up. With a smirk, he asks if she's finally fallen for him. It's not too late to start worshipping him. Alina just rolls her eyes. She admits she's impressed, but says he barely meets the standard of a decent hero. Way to play it cool, girl. She quickly changes the subject, arguing that this mysterious key is too dangerous for him to keep and needs to be handed over to the royal treasury immediately. Alestair's response, a playful flick to her forehead. Are you crazy? He asks. Why on earth would he just give a potential treasure key to the crown for free? Alina is skeptical. She wants to know what his actual plan is if he's keeping it for himself. He puts a hand on her shoulder and drops the pitch. They're splitting the loot 50-50. Think about it. Why would a grandmaster rank Knight Chase something worthless? Then he gets real. He's got massive debts. We're talking 10,000 in one place and over 1 million in another. This key is his get out of jail free card. Don't be so stiff, he tells her. He needs this payday to clear his name and his empty bank account. He starts laughing, already celebrating his future riches, while Alina just stands there wondering if she's been completely scammed by this guy. 𝒕𝒓𝒅 holds the key up, looking it over. Now he just needs to figure out how to actually unlock the secrets hidden inside this thing. Alina mentions she has a famous friend who's a top-tier adventurer. Maybe they could ask her for some help. But suddenly, boom, a massive crash echoes through the labyrinth. 𝒕𝒓𝒅 wonders if more undead are showing up to the party. Alina draws her sword, totally confused. How is that possible? The necromancer is already toast. The doors burst open, and a massive wave of skeleton soldiers floods the room. Apparently, they can sense the key's energy and they want it back. 𝒕𝒓𝒅 just adjusts his gloves, looking bored. He tells Alina the leftovers are all hers and warns her not to expect him to save her again. Alina isn't having it. Who needs help from a sovereign anyway? She snaps back, getting ready for round 2. Tell him to drop the ego. Both of them are radiating totally different, honestly, clashing auras as they prepare for the worst. Ready for a bloodbath. They're bracing for the skeletal horde, while just moments ago, Sir Benedict was busy rallying the troops. He roars at his men, asking if they're ready to march back into hell to face the undead. The response, a deafening, blood-pumping cheer. Then they appear. Skeletons lurking in the trees, blades glinting. Among the soldiers is young Lord Arthur, looking a bit out of place in his simple gear. His helmet doesn't even cover his messy hair. Cedric, the veteran redhead, calls him out, asking why a pampered noble is even on a battlefield. Arthur stands firm. He tells him the House of Ashford has a military legacy to uphold. Retreating just isn't in his blood. Benedict just sighs. He realizes the kid was probably forced into this mess, wondering how such a prestigious house produced such a soft-looking heir. Shifting gears, he asks about Lady Alice and the new guy. Arthur figures Claude and Alice are fine because they're powerhouses, but Merlin, he's worried. Our nervous redhead, Cedric, interjects. He claims Merlin is actually a seasoned pro, but warns everyone right now, if things go south, he's bolting. That's when Arthur steps in, dropping a hand on Cedric's shoulder with a sly grin. He brings up the secret cabin they used to frequent. He knows Cedric is drowning in debt. Being filthy rich is my greatest superpower, Arthur asserts, basically offering a massive payout for loyalty. Cedric's eyes practically turn into gold coins. He tells Arthur he should have led with that. Suddenly, he's the most devoted brother-in-arms you've ever seen. He swears on his life he'd sacrifice himself for Arthur. Absolute 180. Then, the war trumpet screams, it's go time. The warriors charge, crashing into the skeletal army with everything they've got. Steel meets bone in a chaotic frenzy. And Cedric, yeah, he's already running the other way. Arthur's screaming, hey, what happened to that loyalty you just promised? Total carnage everywhere. Men are hacking away at the undead when suddenly, the ground shakes. A massive, three-headed skeletal titan emerges. It's a nightmare in bone. The brothers freeze, convinced they're about to meet their maker. But then, something weird happens. The monster stops. It senses something terrifying and just starts to crumble. Within seconds, the giant is literally turning into sand. It's gone, just dust in the wind. The soldiers are standing there, blinking in confusion, wondering how a titan just vanished into thin air. A female knight asks what the hell just happened. Cedric, ever the opportunist, stands up and brushes himself off like he planned the whole thing. Exactly as I expected from myself, he brags. Arthur just rolls his eyes, muttering about the heavy burden of leading a crusade as an Ashford heir. His brother nods along. Drama queens, honestly. Anyway, fast forward to the aftermath outside the Great Labyrinth. Sir Benedict hauls over a massive sack containing 5,000 gold coins. He's thanking Alice for saving the capital from this nightmare. Alice is visibly awkward. She points right at Merlin and tells Benedict he's thanking the wrong person. She insists Merlin is the one who deleted 2 sane-tranked monsters with a single flick of his wrist. Talk about a power move. Benedict just stares. An Iron Rank adventurer with no mana or aura did that. He's not buying it for a second. He laughs it off, thinking Alice is just being incredibly humble. He's never met an adventurer who turns down fame and glory like this. Alice is fuming. No one believes her. Meanwhile, Benedict hands a sealed report to a messenger, destined for the Queen herself. The report is a total fabrication. It claims 2 ancient sane-tranked heroes fought to the death, and Alice simply finished them off. Merlin, he's listed as nothing more than a random witness. Alice is credited as the hero of the realm while the real powerhouse stays hidden. Later that night, resting in a luxury carriage, Arthur admits he totally misjudged Claude. The guild master is going to have a heart attack. He warns them that the Queen is sending the Knights of the Crimson Rose to investigate. Merlin perks up. Who are they? Arthur explains they're the Crown's personal elite. 12 specialists, each one capable of leveling an entire army on their own. He's shocked someone as strong as Claude was just hanging around them. His brother reminds him that adventurers never dig into each other's pasts. That's when the blonde guy, Lucifer, chimes in. He claims he was the great demon king of the first palace and asks if they're scared. Cedric just laughs, asking how many drinks Lucifer's had to be bragging this hard. Demons are scary, sure, he admits, but you, no way. He mentions how demons usually crush the church's expeditions. If they ever actually invaded, the kingdom would be completely defenseless. Merlin gets curious. He asks Cedric where he heard that demons were planning an invasion in the first place. The church, obviously, Cedric replies. Merlin just shakes his head. He explains that demons don't actually attack unless someone pokes the nest first. It's always the church starting the fight, never the other way around. Cedric pauses, realizing Merlin actually has a solid point. He smiles at Alice, joking that those church extremists only know how to preach fire and brimstone. Alice just shrugs. She's staying out of it. The wheels in Cedric's head start turning. He asks the big question. If demons aren't the monsters they say, why haven't they moved south? Why haven't they tried to align with the humans instead of staying in the dark? Merlin just looks out the window, deep in thought. The tension in the carriage is thick, as they debate the true nature of their world's greatest enemies. Is the church lying, or are the demons just waiting for the right moment to strike? The mystery only deepens as they head home. Living in the heart of the kingdom isn't easy for outsiders. No place for non-humans. Exactly. That's when young Melville drops a truth bomb. History here is split into 4 massive eras. As the age of men loomed, the High Elf King led the common races south to build a new empire. But the Shadowfolk, they flat out refused to join. Hearing this hidden lore, Lady Scarlet is absolutely stunned. She can only ask one word: why? The answer is simple. The Shadowfolk are fiercely independent. They don't do cooperation, and they refuse to bow to any king or outside law. They won't serve, period. But here's the kicker. There are dark, unspoken secrets tied to the 7 high citadels that keep them bound to their lands. Scarlet is impressed. This kid knows his stuff. But before she can say more, bang, Sir Arnold grabs everyone's attention with a heavy hand. He slams his empty ale mug onto the table, the wood nearly splitting. Shaking with competitive fire, he glares at Melville. "It's clear," he growls. "Neither of us is winning Lady Alice's hand just yet." He smirks, stubborn as a mule. "I'm not quitting. This battle continues next time." A best-of-3 duel for love. Really? Lady Alice is absolutely fuming. Watching them, her temper flares because he's messing with her family's noble crest. He's using her own carriage seal like a toy. Is he mocking her? Does he have a death wish? Meanwhile, Melville just stays cool. "Forget something." "Because this part is actually pretty important," he adds with a shrug. But wait, far away in the depths of the sunken labyrinth, things are grim. Lady Cecilia is in tears, alone in the dark. She's wondering where our hero went. He said he wouldn't leave us, so why isn't he here? Talk about a cliffhanger. If you want to see if he actually makes it back in time, hit that sub button and ring the bell. Don't miss what happens next, right here on Tob's channel.